You guys are rewarding us greatly. Again, the Daryl Tillman Realty Group $10,000 to win Saturday main event. Get ready to come at you in just a few minutes. Again, remember a little bit later on, we have the Access Insurance, Herring Transportation, dinner coming at us in just a little bit. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, here, Daryl Tillman Realty Group Saturday here at the 4th Annual A1 Mulch No Box 660 Shootout presented by Magic Hat Cleaners. We ask that you all please rise and stand and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say down.
And thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this weekend here on what is an absolutely beautiful afternoon here at Maple Grove for the Daryl Tillman Realty Group $10,000 to win main event at the A1 Mulch No Box 660 Shootout presented by Magic Hat Cleaners. And we got a minor spritz. Hang tight, hopefully it'll be quick and gone. Well, it seems anticlimactic. So hang tight with us just a few minutes. And again, hopefully this blows by us quickly and we'll be right back at it. Hey folks, if we can make sure that the crosswalk is cleared, make sure that the crosswalk is cleared. Again, folks, we need to make sure that the crosswalk area is cleared. If we need to move up or down or sideways or backwards a little bit. If we could have the crosswalk cleared out, please. Hey folks, if it behooves you, you can run back. If you need to go back to the pits for a minute, we could be turning you right back around, but just in case it gets heavier, if you want to head back, and then we'll call you back to the lanes. It's, again, just this one a little menace of a cloud. And then we should be fine if you... Oh, after a pretty good shower like that, the sun comes out as if to say, sorry about that. Crew has been working really hard today. Probably about the third or fourth time they've had to dry the track, and they are at it once again. But again, this track dries pretty quickly, so hopefully we'll be back at it very soon. And I hope that that's it for the weather. I ain't telling you nothing, because Mother Nature will make her own decisions. However, again, once we get back at it, we will continue on with round one. We will call cars back to the lanes and start right. We've done our anthem, so once we get cars back in the lanes, we'll just go. Looking at some of the team names that we have, let's see, No Mercy, Two Young Guns and the Old Heads. I have a team with no name, but we all know who those guys are. Let's see here. Team BBB, John Binkley at the lead of that one, of course. Bikes to the front, all two-wheeled machines. We got a couple of different two-wheeled battlers. Dirty Mike and the boys. Mike Fornwalt last night had a good night, winning the Gamblers race, part of that team. Ohio-ish. Michael Beard from Alloway, Ohio. Mike Underwood from Louisville, Ohio. Nick Shekaloff from Minerva, Ohio. And Brandon Michaels from Maryland. He's the ish. Last kid picked. In training, the Keaton Classics with Red and Russ. The Sopranos, Benton, Barbone, and Davison. All right. Broke Neighbors, a bunch of Embleys. And Jordan Smith, yep, a bunch of Embleys. Triple Zero. Well done, my friends from Advanced Tree Service. Advanced Tree Care, Zetterberg, Weicker, Franek, and Barcudo. Going 000. You guys are funny. Wasting Money. It's another good one, and we all know what that feels like. Gate 6. Three Stooges and a Chick. Rob Reinert with Blind Squirrel and the Nuts. Medicare Mountain. Butch Weinreich, Dave Razor, Danny Renninger, and Paul Werner. Medicare Mountain. Sponsored by Social Security Administration. Team, well, nope, that one's not here. The Loose Nuts. Yeah. First Round Lounge. You know, there is a First Round Lounge at Edgewater in Cincinnati. The Hoosier Daddy. That's had some changes made throughout the day for the team members. Death Row. That sounds fun. No Names. With your lead guy, it should have been Don't Know What to Do with My Hands. Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons. Spare Farts. Rolling with a Yap. Scotty Doesn't Know, and Half the Wheels, Double the Butt Whoopings. Although I clean that up a little bit just because I have to kind of maintain a PG appearance. But I like the team name. So those are our teams. It's like 28 teams. Again, some of you racers that are on two teams do have to make very sure that you change numbers. And I'll run your specific number and make sure you're changing them on the regular. So again, track crew is going full tilt boogie to get this thing dried up. In the meanwhile, you could dry up your stuff and keep your ears to the PA system, as we will get back to you as quickly as possible. So again, we are in full dry mode. The track crew is working hard. And again, this track dries pretty efficiently.
Racing so much. Okay. I'm not a technology expert.
Okay, good. Love you.
Are you sure the Zoom's still good?
Ron, parts call for Jimmy Stack, the Red Vega. He needs a quarter-inch brake line union. For Jimmy Stack, the Red Vega.
Folks, we have a racer in need. Jimmy Stack in the Red Vega needs a quarter-inch brake line union. If you have something on hand, Jimmy Stack in the Red Vega needs a quarter-inch brake line union. If you can help him out, he'd really appreciate that. So Jimmy Stack in the Red Vega needs a quarter-inch brake line union.
Shit, that power bank would last hours.
This will last too. This will be forever.
Judd's doing it. I'm an announcer. Okay, goodbye.
Uh-oh. The hell? Okay. Why'd you move it to the right? Oh, never mind. Everything's all good. This is very easy. If you need to come up here, right? You see how this is Saturday round 1? You find Saturday round or buybacks, whatever. You hit that, it plugs it up here. You just hit boom, and then it puts another. That's what people can see. This is what you're setting up.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Ron, let's get those doubles.
Okay. If you have a walkie.
So once again, we do need our doubles in the lanes, please. Doubles, let's bring them up. This is round 1 of eliminations. One Sky Media round 1 coming at you. Doubles, need you here, need you now. We did the anthem. So once we get you in there and we're ready to go, we're just going to start pulling cars and go racing. Doubles, need you the lanes, please. Once again, we do need our doubles back to the lanes, please. Remember, the best losing package all day is going to get a no box weekend entry to the Showdown at the Shore coming up in 3 weeks. No, 2 weeks. Coming up in 2 weeks at US 13 Dragway, presented by TLR Promotions. So that entry will be to our best losing package of the day. Again, we have called to the staging lanes our doubles. We'll take you now. Doubles. Once again, got the spray on the racetrack. Doubles, need you to the lanes, please. Doubles. And like I said, we did our anthem, and then we got rained on, so we're ready to go as soon as you're ready to go. Oh, we have the 50-50 winner getting ready to get pulled here. How much is the 50-50 winner going to get? $232. All right. So, do you want to pull from the bucket? Who's going to pull from the bucket? There you go. Reach down deep in there, mix them up a little bit. The ticket number is 271-2245. 271-2245. You have won, how much? $232? $232, which will help go to your year's half of it. The other half go to support, of course, the Maple Grove junior team going to Bristol. That is 271-2245. Here, write that down. And where could this be collected? Oh, you guys gonna hang out here, or? Yeah, where do you normally hand it out? Because is this a first time for you guys handling it? Yeah. So there's the winning ticket. So you want to make sure you keep that. Again, the 50-50 winning ticket for the juniors, 271-2245. You can come collect it in race control, 271-2245. And we'll give it a few minutes, and if nobody answers, we'll try it again. But 271-2245, they're waiting up here to see you. Yeah, they're going to go down to the base of the tower. They'll be down at the bottom of the tower. Here we go, going to start out with Dave Dissinger and Montrell Johnson, both on teams. Johnson, part of Team Bikes to the Front. Team No Name there for Dave Dissinger. So let's see who gets the first point in the Brothers Automotive Team Challenge. For a 16, starting it off pretty solid. And the one light is going to go to Dissinger. He lays down 14 total to start it off. Dave Dissinger, your winner. Next pair up, Stephen Dunn, Soggy dialed in. 636 to Sam Kunzman, dialed 14, dialed in at a 560. Kunzman on Team No Mercy. Let's see if I can find Soggy somewhere. There's Soggy on Team Death Row. Nope, this is for Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons, not the X number. Down between them. As head to the top end, win light is going to go to Koonsman as Soggy breaks out. Next up, Rob Reinert Jr. and Bob Harnett. Top end win light will go to Harnett. Next up, you've got Terry Benton Jr. 626 down. Terry Benton Jr. know he's on a team up against, I believe, Mr. Simpers. Benton turns in red, win light for Simpers. Next up, Paul Danes and Jimmy Hutter. Huttered out 569 to the bike to 848 for Danes and the Big Bad Green Machine. Miller. On half the wheels, double the butt whooping. His team member. Yeah, he should lay one down here pretty good. And it will be Billy getting the win light. Next up, Jordan Smickle. Smickle, part of the Broke Neighbors. Moving up on the Octane 94 side. Pro Torque side out 616. Tight at the start line, Smickle trying to hold him off, goes too quick, win light will go to the Pro Torque side. Next up, Cam Murray. Murray up against Vince Cusimano. Murray part of the Glory Hole Shots. Cusimano, let's see if I can find him. Win light is going to go to the house. Cam Murray takes the W. Next up, CJ Ketterer and Chris Gunston. Gunston down 601 in the Mustang. 745 for Ketterer. white win light gonna go to Gunston. Next pair up, Scott Dreyer. Down 624 to 637 for Todd Tobin. One light for Tobin. Now you got Mike Fornwalt and Mike Franick. Franick, part of Triple Zero. Nope, that's the wrong team for that one, though. Next up, Mike Bryson and Will Winthrop. And Winthrop will be your winner. Next up, Jim Maranya and Ray Barlow. And Ramanya going to take that win light. Scott Tupper, Will Marshall, your next pair. Marshall down 595, 574 for Tupper. Going to go to Scott Tupper. Adam Werner and Mike Moore. Moore dialed in 6 flat to 749 for the El Camino of Warner. And 005 wrong side for more. Adam Warner will be your winner. All right, Philemely Jr. and Jamie Norton. Norton dialed in. That's 671, the Tompkin Cove. Right up against Philadelphia, you know, Harvey. Folks, remember, if round one doesn't go the way you were hoping to, buybacks will be at the base of the tower. Jamie Horton, good morning. 673, the one out of 671 gets the win. Rob Snyder, Don Snyder, and Kevin Core the second. Snyder and the Granada, 638 dial in 702 for Core out of Myerstown. 009 for Snyder, 13th out wrong side for Kevin Core. I click on the one light for Snyder. Mark Swallow. Mark's on a couple of teams. Let's see which one this is. Yeah, not that one. Mark on half the wheels, double the butt whippets. That looks to be a pretty solid team, by the way. Alan Core Jr. doing the chasing. And the red light for Swallow. Oh, red light will go to Alan Core. Down 70, 77, goes 784. 31 red, dead 6 for Swallow. Next up, Kevin Tradarski and Terry Neiman. Tradarski gets beat. Terry Neiman will be your winner. Next up, the Pontiac Dowd 643. 649 for John Alloway. Will go Octane 94 side in the Pontiac 649 on the 43. Next pair up, Ted Miley and Brad Keaton. I know I've seen that one. Keaton Classics. It's Ted Miley. Keaton getting ready to chase down the 68 Shell with the 66 Nova. Double 1 to an 11, both guys on point. Wind light comes up, it's gonna go. Ted Miley gets behind, gets the wind light as Keaton was 11 and 15, Thou Undertaking 43. Next pair up, Kenny Garofalo and Mike Greiner. Greiner out of Manheim, Pennsylvania, Dow 578, 645 for Garofalo. Double breakout wind light, gonna go to Greiner. I'll chalk that one up for Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons. Next up, Jeffrey Santine and Steve McMillan. Santine on this one, part of half the wheels, double the butt whippets. So McMillan trying to put a spoiler on this ride with the Nova. 616 Dowling out of Oxford, Pennsylvania. Santine, our last bike standing racer yesterday. 523 out of Romansville, Pennsylvania. And McMillan on it at the starting line. Should be and will be McMillan getting the win like Santine. 42 and a thou under. 27 thou behind. Next up, Brian Davison and Nathan Mendenhall. Mendenhall on his Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons ride up against Davison. Out of Canterbury, New Jersey, dialed 649 in the third gen. So Nathan trying to add a point. He bunch of rounds yesterday in Pop's car. Got the delivery truck out for the day. Mendenhall in charge at the start line. Should be, will be Nathan Mendenhall. Next up, Tyler Weicker. Weicker, part of 000. Getting ready to move up against Terry Sachs. Sachs and Sons sponsored Camaro. Weicker, pretty solid advantage of the start line versus Sachs. He will get the win and get a team win like for 000. Frank Monfiore and JT Bank Jr. Monfiore dialed in 620 in the S10. Going to be chasing JT Banks, Millville, New Jersey, 72 Camaro. Team with no name. Shades of the Bank will be your winner. 28, 55 with the 7 on the 53. Next pair, Scott Smith and Kevin Spencer. Spencer down 634, 605 for Smith. As they head down to the top end, it's going to be Scott Smith going 3 down red. Spencer 005 to the good and showing a win light. Next up, Kurt Holland and Keith Lehman. Holland dialed in 630 to the 605 for Keith Lehman. Gate 6. Then that will go to Holland on the double breakout. Next up, the hee-haw ride of Dennis Core. Down 683, 527 for Brock Mosier. Dennis Core will be your winner. Hey folks, if you want to get your tickets over there, Racer Dinner is open. The Racer Dinner is open. Over by the patio, have your ticket. Racer Dinner is open. Dave Harvey Jr. and Rory Wenny. Harvey on the No Names team. And Harvey turns it red. Rory Wenny gets the win. Kyle Robb. Rob, part of Three Stooges and a Chick on this number. Coming up against the 4th gen ride down 708 to 612 for Kyle. A1 mulch ride. One Sky Mini around number 1 coming at you. Boy, Kyle's got a lot of work to do. Let's see if he can get it done. Nope. Win light will go to the 4th gen. Next up, Marty Flegel and Ray Martindale. Flegel down 629 to a 710 for Martindale. Another member of Team Gate 6 doing the chaser. Getting the win light as Ray turned it red. Next up, Pat Bartone and Mark Lattail. Tailed out in 583, 635 for Bartone. Actually, Pat Barbone. Then Mike got to go to Mark Lattale. As Bartone gave up 200 to the start line, 7th out at the finish line. Another member of, let's see, nope, not under that number. Rob Zetterberg, Vance Treacer, care 610 dial in, the 640 for Picozzi, excuse me. And Picozzi out in front. Picozzi will be your winner, 643 on the 640. Next up, it's Michael Barbone. Trying to get a win light for the Sopranos. He's up against Glenn Isom in the Blazer. One of my favorite hot rods out here. Glenn Light gonna go to Barbone as Isom had the better light, just didn't quite get there. JT Schaefer and Emily Allenbach coming up next. And Allenbach within 9 thou of each other. At the starting line, win light will go to Allenbach. Playing with a 7 on the 20, 29 light. JT Schaefer, 48 with an 8 on the 46, 20 light, 2 thou behind. Jamie Colon and Robert Smith. Colon down 598 to the 594 for Smith in the Vega. Smith to the top, and they go. It's going to be Smith getting the win light. 10 dead 5. That beats the 17 dead 9. Next pair, Brandon Michaels. Team Ohio-ish. And Rich Wentworth. Get the win light for Ohio-ish. He's the ish part. Caleb Klein coming up next, 645 dialing for the New Jersey native up against Lawrence Curry. Dial 582. Curry on bikes to the front, trying to get a point for him. And he will not, as the red light pops on his side. Next pair up, Zach Wolf, Southampton, Pennsylvania in the Belvedere. Just got here today. Up against Nick Shekelhoff, another member of Ohio-ish. Shekelhoff, last night's Advanced Tree Care high roller winner as well as a semifinalist in the main event. So this hot rod already has a lot of laps on it, and he won the Jersey Concrete last Ford standing yesterday. Identical 005s headed to the finish line. It's going to be the win light going to Zach Wolf, as Shekelhoff just could not get there. Paul Riddle. Riddle up against Keith Barron. Double 03 for Varn. 3 and 2 over 4 getting the win light for the Rhode Island native. Next up, Dave Harvey III and Macy Stewart. Part of Three Stooges and a Chick is Macy. Trying to get the team's first point. Dave Harvey III. Point from happening. Macy turns it red. Dave Harvey III will be your winner. Now you got the Russ Archer, part of the Keaton Classics with Red and Russ. These are teammates. Oh my gosh. Russ Archer and Wayne Redrow. Nope, Wayne Redrow is on the X number, so he's not a teammate. Do I smell something fishy here? Probably not. Win light will go to Russ Archer. Wayne will be on the teammate one when he comes back around. Next up, David Keaton back up against Kevin Mendenhall. And Keaton. Head to the top end, it's going to be Keaton, 24 dead 1. Mendenhall is 009 and 5 thou under. I got Denny Renninger and Dennis McCloskey. Renninger, Medicare Mountain. Renninger out in front. Renninger does the job, gets the win light over McCloskey. Evan Paust coming up next, and Matt Witkowski. Witkowski on his Three Stooges and a Chick entry. Paust running for Dirty Mike and the boys. Again, the dinner is happening, folks. If you want to get to the Access Insurance AG K.L. Herring dinner, take your ticket. Dinner will be on the patio. Go on over there when you have a moment. Two down between them. The win light there is going to go to Evan Paust. 18th down margin, 36 dead. One gets the job done very nicely for Evan. Comes Jimmy Stack and Bill Carroll. Carroll dialed in 636 in the Roadster to 635 for Stack. I've been doing it, but again, we'll get there. And again, yeah, I might have said that in the microphone. Joe Focarino and Michael Underwood. Underwood from Ohio-ish. 673 dial in against Focarino, dial in 598. Underwood gets beat on the double breakout. Focarino will be your winner. Focarino 597 to 4 on the 598, a 14 light. Makes it happen. Next up, Paul Tim Jr. Tim on two young guns. And the old heads coming up against Michael Beard from Ohio-ish. Beard, nope, not on the Ohio-ish one. He's MX-76. That'll be his second hit. Paul Tim Jr. is running for No Mercy. And it's going to be Beard taking the win light on the X number. Dial 674 goes 676. Next up, Andrew Bercudo and Alfred Reeves. Bo Reeves dialed in 631. Heads up with Andrew Bercudo. Bercudo and the Firebird getting ready to go side by side with Bo. Bo Reeves, your winner, 005. That's 633 at the 3 on the 631. 7th thou ahead of the 29, dead 6 for Bercudo. Next up, Scott Embley and Greg Myers. Embley running for the broke neighbors. 622 dial in the Nova. Myers dialed 584. And Embley gets beat. We're going to go to Greg Myers. He's 585 with a 1 on the 84. Embley had the better light with a 19 light to the 34 for Myers, but got 7th out behind at the finish line. Next pair, Dave Dissinger and Jeff Allenbach. Allenbach out 664 in the pickup truck, 626 for Dissinger. Man, that Monza was making some laps last night. Dissinger on this one, running for Team Death Row. Double 0-1 wrong side for Dissinger. Going to give the win to Allenbach. 666 with a 0 on the 664. Meanwhile, Dissinger was 1 red, 1 thou under. So close. Paul Warner, part of Medicare Mountain. Dialed in at 716. He's got a 1 second head start against Nick Hastings. Not running a team on this number, but looking to take out one of the other team members. Very tough racer there in Paul Werner. And Werner going to get the win as Hastings pulled the trigger a little early on that one. 37 and a 719 with the 3 on the 716 and a 37 light for Werner Hastings. 10 red, 5 thou under. I did. Red, we will take red. Red, we need you to the lanes, please. Red run stickers to the lanes, please. Dave Razor and Tim Allenbach, another member of the Medicare Mountain team. They're doing pretty good so far. Allenbach trying to chase him down. He won't do it. Look at this. Medicare Mountain. Say what you will about them old people. They are right now 3 for 3. No other team can say that yet. Jeannie Northrup, 592 dial into the 644 for Bob Hartnett. Jeannie is on. Oh, look, I found that one. Jeannie Northrup. Jeannie is on Team No Name. Bob Mulaney, Frank Maffiori, Denny Mack, and Jeannie. There's another name, no name. I got 2 teams with no names. They're like horses with no names, as opposed to just a horse with no name. Win light will go to Jeannie. 84 dead 4 gets the job done. Hartnett took 100. Should have taken 80 or less. Next pair up, Kyle Gockley and Jeff Stewart. Stewie. 3 Stooges and a chick coming against Gockley out of Moulton, Pennsylvania. Don't see Kyle yet. Win light there will go to Jeff Stewart. Scratch went on for 3 Stooges and a chick. Michael Franks and Bob Mulaney. Bob, part of the team. We have a team no name, and then we just have a team blank. So maybe that's what they'll be, Team Blank, because I have nothing for them whatsoever as far as a team name. Franks, Dowd 731 in the S10. And he'll be your winner as Mulaney pulled the trigger 4th thou early. $727 with a 0 on the 731 for Franks Mulaney. 4 red, 10, and a hundo under the 687 dial. And next up, Lewis Green Jr. out of Maryland, down 596 to a 580 for Andy Anderson. Lewis on half the wheels, double the butt whoopings. So Shane Swigert, actually on Blind Squirrel in the nuts. Not sure which one he is. But he is the winner. 009, dials a 580, goes a 577. 28 red and dead 7 for Lewis Green. Next up, Tanner Kutsaris and Robert Dames. Then we have called red. We have called red. Need you here, need you now, Kutsaris. On this one, part of Scotty Doesn't Know. I wouldn't even know if you played it. We'll take red and we'll take green. Red and green as Tanner Kutsaris gets the win light. Red and green. Need you here, please. Red and green. You've been called the lanes. Doubles, red and green. Todd Toman and Alan Yount. Toman on this one. Let's see. There he is, part of Death Row. Sounds kind of gruesome. Probably because of all the X's on those numbers. Up against Alan Yount, rolling up in the Roadster. Doubles, red and green, you've been called. Doubles, red and green, and Tobin turns it for the wrong shade. Turns red. Win light for Yount, he is 60 and 91 with an 8 and a 590. 22 red and 9 thou under the 637 dial in for Toman. Ray Barlow, Peach Bottom, Pennsylvania, dialed in 6 flat to a 750 for Vince Harris. Barlow got that hot rod running good. 606 and the 6 on the 6 flat. Gets the win light as Harris was a little late at both ends of the racetrack, and Barlow did a pretty good stoppie down there, let's just say. Carson Simpers. Carson up against Terry Benton. Benton and the Camaro do the chasing. Starts the chase early by 5 down. 55 with a 3 on the 653 to 26 light for Simpers. Benton was 5 thou red, dead 7. Paul Stalba. Paul dialed in at a 654 in the Mosier Engineering Camaro up against the 563 dial in for Mark Schwalu. This is for Team No Mercy on his end. And the red eye for Stalba gives Schwalu with a thumbs up. Not only he would move on. Folks, remember, if round one doesn't go the way you were hoping it would go, you can head on down to the base of the tower. Re-entry buybacks can be purchased at the base of the tower. Adam Werner, Reading, Pennsylvania, the El Camino out 751, 672 for Jamie Horton. Tompkins, New York, 66, Tempest. Always one of my favorite hot rods in this part of the country. Beautiful. Tempest. Foul difference between Werner and Horton. Finish line comes up, the win light will go to Jamie Horton. 29 and 10th thou over. 73 to 0 on the 72. Werner breaks out by 11th thou, taking 20. Needed to be 9 or less. Josh Phelps and Mike Dugan coming up next. Dugan, 71 Nova, down 595. Up against the Camaro, Phelps down 601. Starting line advantage going to go to Phelps. Win light will go to the Camaro. 602 with a 9 out of 601. He had about 300s in his pocket at the start line and over 4 at the finish line. Now Soggy Dunn and Jana Embley. Embley running for the broke neighbors. Dialed in 624, 635 for Soggy. Part of Death Row. Dan Soggy turns it red. Jana Embley. 28 light, 623 run out of 24 gets the win. Soggy 6 red, 3 thou, dead 3. So wow, another pretty tight one. Then Jordan Smickle, Jordan running up with the Scotty Doesn't Know team, coming up against Chris Connor. I've seen you somewhere here, Chris. There he is, Team Spare Farts. My man. $7 difference between them. The Blazer trying to hold off the Vega. Win light will go to the Blazer and Jordan Smickle. 35 and 2 over 1 gets the win light as Connor was 10th and a half plus off his dial-in. Of 563 goes 580 with a 6. Brock Mosier. Mosier up now for his second hit, this time for Team Gate 6, trying to get their third. That would be a 3 for 3 for them. Kenny Garofalo, dialed 638. Watch the wheeler machine chase down that Nova. Nope, 3 thou wrong side for Mosier. Garofalo will be your winner. Harvey Philomene Jr. 544 dial-in up against the Octane 94 side, dialed in 601. Jimmy turns the red. Win light will go to the Octane 94 side. Down 601 goes. Dead 1 with the 37 light. Harvey. About 4 red and 300s over. Skylar Stump, Mechanicsburg dialed in at a 561 in the Camaro, 655 for John Alloway out of New Jersey. Should be lifted about right now. 63 to 0 on the 561. He was 005, had a lot in the pocket. Playing light for Skylar Stump is 63 to 0 on that 61. Alloway was late and a foul under. Next up, Brad Keaton and Brandon Michaels. Michael's going with Team No Names here. Michaels turns it red. Brad Keaton. 18 to the good. Dow's 576, goes 78 with a 3. Michaels 5 thou red, 200s under. Russ Benish and Terry Neiman coming up next. Benish out of North Huntington, Pennsylvania, down 584. In the beautiful Camaro up against the Nova down 644 on the Pro Torque side. To the good on the hit, down 644, goes 6432. Meanwhile, Benish was 13 red and 1 over 7 on the 584 dial-in. Next up, Brian Davison and Mike Fornwalt. Again, last night, Schrin's Automotive Gamblers winner, down 580 to 648 for Davison. Trying to keep up that run from last night. 81 with a 7 on the 580 to 10 light. Mass out Brian Davison. 47 with a 5 on a 48. He was 5 thou under and still 3 thou behind. Zach Wolf and Mike Bryson. Bryson in the blue S10 out of Montgomery, Pennsylvania, 642 dial-in. Lots of rounds with this little blue truck yesterday. Zach Wolf in the Mopar just got here today, dialed in 757 out of Southampton, Pennsylvania. Again, we call doubles red and green. Doubles red and green. Zach Wolf 11th down on the red side. Mike Bryson says I can go for 642, go 641 with the 0. 11 red for Zach and 6 now under. Scott Dreyer. Dreyer on his No Mercy side. No Mercy doing pretty good. Scott dialed 624. Steve McMillan dialed 615. in twice with the Nova. 613 with a 3 on the 615 and a 19 light. Nice pass for McMillan. Next up, Pat Barbone, the Malibu, up against Terry Sachs in the Camaro, both dialed 638. And Barbone turns it red by 9 thou. We'll just have a little nice side-by-side matchup. How about 638.7 and 638.3? Sachs getting the win with the 7 on the end of his and a 37 light. Very, very nicely done. Mike Franek and Dwayne Troy. Franek and running this time for Tree Pole Zero, Advanced Tree Care Team. Between Troy and Franek, or the Mopar trying to hold them off, gets the job done. Mike Franek, 26 dead 4, 22 thou margin at the finish line, putting on his win light on the Octane 94 side. Pro Torque side, 4th Gen Camaro dialed in 710 to the 629 for Kurt Holland in the 2nd Gen ride. Kurt, part of Death Row, which has been a little rough. I think he's looking to switch that around. 00130 with a 4 and a 29. Nice pass for Holland, getting the win light over the 4th Gen ride. Next pair up, Ken Johns, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, up against Scott Tuppers, 71 Vega. He was running a bunch of rounds in that hot rod last night too. Ken Johns and Scott Tupper. Johns with the advantage in the Nova and turning the win light on. 774 on the 772. The 16 light, he had 300s at the starting line. Tupper was 47, 300s over, and nope. Michael Barbone. Michael dialed in 671 to a 606 for Scott Smith in the Monza. Our runner-up last night in the game. Pretty solid night for him. It's a foul between Barbone and Smith right now. It's going to be 41 dead 2 for Scott Smith. Only left Barbone 1 thou to get in, and he took 21 thou, breaking out by 2 hundo. Kevin Mendenhall and Sage Embley, your next pair. Sage running for the Broke Neighbors. Shrins Automotive Camaro, dial in 603, 601 for Mendenhall. Looks like he's playing the drop game today on the Pro Torque side. To not a 003. Mendenhall will be your winner. He is 5 over with a 500s over plus with a 003 getting the win light, as Sage was late, early, and behind. Next pair, Kevin Spencer and Bo Reeves. Didn't these guys run each other earlier? Maybe not. No, they've both been down once already. 632 dial in for Bo, 634 for Spencer in the Mustang. Sharp looking box body of Spencer. 6 thou, the difference between them at the hit. Win light will pop on the double breakout. The Reeves 35 and 31, 631 to 0 on the 632. The 29 for Spencer. Grabbing a little too much finish line, going 25 thou under his 634 dial. And next pair up, Joe Focarino and DJ Clark. DJ dialed in 676. The 597 for Focarino. Clark running for Team Dirty Mike and the boys. Focarino, I saw him somewhere. Yep, for the Loose Nuts. Love that Monte Carlo. Best looking Chevy ever made right there. First generation Monte Carlo. Focarino's is a very fine example of that. Pretty sharp looking Nova for DJ. The big bad Monty will be chasing down the Nova. DJ in charge. Focarino got to hope for a little bit of a miracle down there, and he ain't getting it. DJ lays down 15 total. 009, dead 6 on the 676. Focarino broke out and was behind. Thank you so much. Next pair, Denny McCloskey and Corey Ream. Corey dialed 808 in the pickup truck. Just got here today. Going to have McCloskey's 646 chasing him down. Down to the top end they go. Double breakout win light will go to Denny. 58 1 under beats. 56 7/100 under. Next pair up, Andrew Rakudo, 632 dial in for Rakudo, up against the 697 for the 4th gen Roadster. Up, and he ain't going to be able to do it. 51 and 4 over gets the win by 17th out. A little bit of a rough pass there for Rakudo. Jimmy, that's all I got. Dialed 567. 569 for Trish Witt. This one is part of the Spare Farts team. Jimmy Miller here for No Mercy. Lays down the Lawton start line, 007 and 4 over. 400's over gets the win. Jimmy, a little late letting go, a little early getting there, and not getting the win light. Garrett Sprague and Jamie Colon. Colon dialed in at a 598 for the Reading native. He is in the Pearl White ride up against the Green Machine of Sprague, dialed 740 here on the Pro Torque side. Kelly's double tough. 006, 599 to the 6 on the 598. Jamie Cologne, your winner. Garrett Sprague's 56 light was not going to get him there. Will Marshall and Brett Miles, your next pair. Miles down 561. 593 for Will Marshall. Miles in the low-flying S10, ready to rock and roll and chase the big bad dart of Marshall. Marshall out in front. Will Marshall, 95 with an 8 on the 593 and a 13 light. Miles, 15th thou under, 12th thou behind, as he left a little late. And at this time, we will take blue. So we call doubles red, green, and blue. Doubles red, green, and blue. Need you here? Need you now. Paul Tim. Gonna be your winner. Excuse me, he goes red, my bad. Randy Brownwell's your winner. 56 and 57 to 9 on the 654. Your winner as Tim turned it red. Next up, Rob Zetterberg. Now here is his 0 entry against Vinny Cusimano out of Aston, Pennsylvania in the Cutlass. It's going to be a double breakout win for Vinny Cusimano. Took 10th out starting line, 10th out at the finish line. They both broke out by 7th out, but Vinny was 001 at the head over Zetterberg. Great drag race right there. Frank Maffiori and Michael Franks. Franks in the blue S10 down 728. Yes, I did. 619 blue for Frank Maffiori. Frankie with the advantage in the win light, 620 with a 6 on a 19. Gets the win light. Franks broke out by 3, broke out by almost 300s. Got there first, but broke out in the process. Jean Zetterberg. Jean is out here, Magic, with the Magic Hat Cleaners team. This is her first time foot braking in a long time, boys and girls. She is just having a ball out here right now. Gene dialed in at an 827 to a 617 for John Troxel. Troxel in the Fairmont, chasing down Gene. One light will go to Troxel, 624 with a 9 on the 617 as Gene was about a 10th plus over her dial in. Again, kind of like relearning. She's a top bowler. She's a very successful super gas racer. So getting in the car and going foot braking, but she wanted to be with us this weekend. Robert Reinert Jr. and Kyle Robb. Kyle Robb on this one is 2 young guns and the old heads up against Reinert on Blind Squirrel in the Nuts. Reiner all over Kyle Robb at the start line. Should be and will be Robert Reiner. 005 light for him. 13 with a 9 on a 710. Kyle Robb got there first by 4th thou. Had to break out by a bunch to do it. Jeffrey Santine. Rolling with a Yap. Now then at a 5:22 to Leighton Finkbeiner. Oof. Handled that one poorly. Leighton dialed in 771 in the Nova. Chalk on one for Santine. How about 32 dead, 0 getting the win light? Finkbeiner, 004, wrong side to the hit, ended that. He was 774 with the 2 on the 771. Another of the motorcycles, Vanderbilt Boyce Jr. Dialed 580 to Caleb Klein, dialed 644 in the Dakota. Now between Caleb and Vanderbilt, and it's going to be the 8th batch of start line. 646 with the 1 and 644 for Caleb Klein as he was closer. Vanderbilt was 500s plus over the dial, and Jeremy Kleinfelter and Dave Harris, your next pair. And it's going to be Kleinfelter. There you go, bud. 006 on the hit. Kleinfelter goes. 400's 100 gets the win light. Another team for Blind Squirrel and the Nuts. They are having a very good first round. Matt Witkowski and Keith Lehman. Witkowski for 2 young guns and their old heads. Lehman's on here somewhere. Witkowski in the Pontiac trying to stay out in front. Pretty good advantage, and it's going to be Matt Witkowski getting the W. Next up, Montrell Johnson. Montrell for Team Wasting Money. Boy, we all know that feeling. He's dialed in 544. 683 dialing. He found the hood for the Camaro. It was hoodless all day yesterday. It is now got a hood. And Montrell will be your winner. 550 with an 8 on the 544. Getting a team, one for Team Wasted Money. Next up, Tom Spangler and Bobby Pitt. Spangler out of Piscataway, New Jersey, down in 687. He's in the black Camaro coming up against the little red Mustang, a Pip out of Palmer, Pennsylvania, down 747. He turned at 88 on the wrong side. Tom Spangler, 688 with an 8 on the 87, turning on his win light. Mike Mateo up against Sam Kunzman. Kunzman dialed in 561. Light there. We'll go to Kunzman. 002 margin of victory. He was 21, 61 with a 2 on the 61. Meanwhile, Mark Latale, 25 total, no good. Paul Catt. Capped out in 694, 699 for Wayne Skelly. 9-14, and Skelly gets behind and gets the win light. And gets one for Team First Round Lounge. Kevin Core coming up next. Core part of Dirty Mike and the boys. This could be an all-win round for Dirty Mike and the boys if he manages to get this one. He is up against Michael Underwood, who is part of Team Ohio-ish under this number. To 17. Kevin Court out in front by 8 out the start line, and how about 12 total, beating 21 total for Underwood. Kevin Core will get the win light, and a perfect first round for Dirty Mike and the boys. Next up, Gene Picozzi, Dave Harvey Jr. Harvey in the Valiant. As Picozzi's chasing him down in the Mustang advantage, David Harvey Jr. 8 dead, 4 on the 702 for Harvey. Mathematically eliminating the 28 light for Picozzi. He broke out by 1,000 to be behind by 15. Tim Kramer out of Newmarket, Maryland. Rolling up in the Firebird. It's Robert Smith in the Vega. The Jenkins competition sticker on the side. And Kramer. Going to be your winner on the true start. 18 red to 30 red. Run 700s over. Smith will be not happy about that one. Some adjustments to make. Next up, Shane Colburn and JT Schaefer. Colburn out of Downington dialed 674 in the Duster. 646 for Schaefer, the 82 Mercury Capri. Folks, we are changing the run order. We're going to run our no-box buybacks before we run our juniors. So no-box buybacks will be next. If you haven't purchased your buyback yet, you need to head down to the base of the tower and do it. But one Sky Media round 1 win for JT Schaefer as Colburn turns it red. We are running after round 1, after one Sky Media round 1 of the main event. We will go right into our Course Customs 5-act re-entry round. Next up, Dennis Core and Jillian Wise. Well, Wise down 694 in the Dart, 684 for Core in the Super B. Another True Start win like this one going to Jillian Wise, 6 on the wrong side. The 17 red for Dennis Core. Jillian 400s under the 694 dial in. Core 14 thou under his 684. Joe Theodore 75 Monza down 592 to a 644 for Rich Wendler in the green Mustang. Team EFR, not the Team EFR, but he's just with Team EFR all the time. 597 with the 7 on the 592. Gets the win over Wendler. Closes it up the 10th out and finish line, cutting off about 8 mile an hour. Robert Bates and David Miller. Bates down 579 out of Florence, New Jersey in the Nova. Well, in the red, white, and blue Nova, the red Nova, that is Dave Miller down 712, going a bunch of rounds yesterday. In this hot rod, the center line shining brightly. Oh, not brightly, but that's the point. .46 to 830. To start it off, one light will go. The guy that had the 30 light. 582 with the 5 on the 79 and 30 to the good. Miller was 46 and 400s plus over, 26 thou behind. Ed Bednekovitz coming up next against Brandon Skelly. We'll take yellow. That means we've called all of round 1. We have called all of round 1. Need you here? Need you now. We have called all of round 1. And again, folks, we are going to run buybacks right after round 1. We'll go right to buybacks of our win light. Going to go to Ed Bendekovitz. Oh, Brandon's not going to be happy with himself on that one. We're going to go right into our buyback round. Glenn Isom in the Blazer flying low, getting ready to chase Matthew Heil on the motorcycle. Heil on bikes to the front. And the red eye for Heil. Puts the one light for Glenn Isom. Alan Core Jr. and Wayne Redrow. Once again, folks, round 1 didn't go the way you're hoping to. Buybacks can be purchased at the base of the tower, and we're going to run them right after round 1. Racer dinner is also available. I know some of you are racers, but we do have the food available, and I just had the chicken and mash, and it was great. Win light there going to go to Wayne Redrow. Getting the win for the Keaton Classics and the Red Russ. Steve Dickey, Schwenksville, Pennsylvania, in the first generation Camaro. 611 dialing, going to get chased by Theo Meyer's third gen red ride out 607. front should be Steve Dickey, will be Steve Dickey, 617 with a 7 on a 611. As he takes it by 66. Now Theo got himself a little too far behind at the starting line. Fairlane coming up now 711 to 665 for Jeff Allenbach. I feel like these guys raced each other earlier. With the advantage should be Jeff Allenbach and the S10. 670 with a 1 on the 665. At about 800s advantage at the starting line. Nick Sheckelhoff and Tyler Weicker. This is Team Ohio-ish. Coming up against, well, not running for Team 000 here on this number, but Weicker could put a hurting on Ohio-ish. Sheckelhoff has been double tough this weekend. Daniel, you be your winner there as Weicker went 001 red. Win light will go to Nick Sheckelhoff, 34 with the 2 on a 635. 001 red for Weicker, 6 flat on the 599. No good. William Winthrop, Robbinsville, New Jersey in the Malibu against the Malibu wagon of Paul Werner. Is 645 with a 0 on the 644. 5 thou red, dead 0 for Paul Werner. Tough break. Mike Tremblay, Dorchester, New Jersey. 574 down to 613 for Mean Steve in the Mustang. And True Start win light going to go to Mean Steve. 10 red, 9 thou under the 613 gets the win. 51 red for Tremblay. Just a little early letting go. Evan Paust and Ted Miley coming up next. I call the wagon a long roof, but I don't know if his roof is any longer than the one that's on the Chevelle that Miley's driving. 1965 version down 732. 656 for Paust in the wagon. To 14, good side-by-side race. Pick your favorite white Chevy. It's going to be Paust. 14 dead 8, 22 total. Gets the win light. 18, but 2 over 4 for Miley. Gets him behind by 20 thou. Next up, Dave Harvey the third. 680 down into the 655 for Dominic D'Amico. Dominic out of Norfolk, Connecticut. 655 dial in. Cool little hot rod. They were struggling with it a little bit yesterday. I think they got her all set to go in the Vega wagon. Should see Harvey drop about right now. 686 with an 8 on the 680. Harvey had about a 10th at the starting line. Way too much room to give. Somebody with the last name of Harvey. William Doney Jr. and Eric Bendekovitz. Bendekovich dialed in at a 680. Then the third gen Camaro. Pro Torque side of the racetrack, Octane 94 side is William Doney Jr. dialed in 789. Loving red on the wrong side there for Doney. Well, when light would go to Bendekovich, who was late, dead zero. Jeremy Stoker and Chris Gunston. Gunston dialed 6 flat in the Mustang, 659 for Stoker. Running for Team Spare Farts. Down the wrong side of the ledger at the head, so Gunston will take the freebie. 21 dead on with a 3 on the 6 flat dial. There's a car that just sounds violent. Tom Stahl, the 69 Chevelle, dialed in 591. Up against Greg Myers. Myers in the Camaro, dialed in 583. Again, always one of the sharpest vehicles on property. Absolute stunner since he had that hot rod redone, the Myers conditioning ride out of Dunellen, New Jersey. Great side-by-side race. Advantage stall. Red light will go to the Pro Torque side. 585 with a 9 on the 583 and a 28 light for Greg Myers. Double a 1 for stall, but unfortunately he ran 600s over his 591 dial. Kevin Twardowski, 568 dial against Fred Shipley III, dialed 595 in the pickup truck. Absolute last call. Absolute last call for round 1. And the one light will go to Twardowski, and boy, he's got a little luck there. As he wants to find the gear, it weren't there, so bikes to the front, gets one. Eric Bose, Newmarket, Maryland, the 78 Malibu. Getting ready to move up, 651 down. They're going to chase the legend, Butch Weinreich. Rosedale, Maryland, part of Team Medicare Mountain. There's some tough dudes on that team, let me just say it. Identical 007 lights for Bose and Weinreich. The finish line they go, it's going to be Weinreich under by a thou, and he is going to be unhappy with himself. Bose got down there and just flat disappeared. 58 with a 1 on a 651 at only 96 miles an hour. Butch, where'd he go? Emily Allenbach and Jason Focarino. Focarino in the S10 dialed 798 to a 620 for Emily in the Camaro. Jason turned it red. Emily Allenbach. Dead on with an 8. Good job there. Focarino, 47 thou red and 200s over. Tim Allenbach. Allenbach dialed in 555, chasing down Michael Beard out of Galloway, Ohio, the staging light Valari. This is his Ohio-ish. So he is going to bumper up, bumper in. Identical reaction times for Beard and Allenbach. Win light will go to Beard. 76 of the 3 on the 674. As Allenbach was 400ths over his dial in. Beard survives twice in round 1. Rob Snyder and John Hedenberg. Hedenberg, part of Team Loose Nuts. This battle of Fords. Hedenberg's got the Spotswood, New Jersey-based 86 Mustang. Dressed in blue up against the Ford Granada of the Big Show. Snyder dialed in at 634. Just 6 thousandths between the two of them. Advantage Ford Granada, win light Ford Granada, 22 dead 9 on the 634 dial in for Snyder. Gets the win, 28 1 over 5 for Hedenberg. Got him 12 thou behind. Next up, Bob Mullaney and Rory Wenny. Rory dialed 621 to a 687 for Mullaney. So the Camaro will be leaving first with Mullaney piloting it. By 2 double tough racers, Mullaney and Wenny. It's going to be Mullaney, 18 Z6 for 24 total, taking 24 at the finish line. Wenny, don't think he was going to get there. 21 with a, or 24 with a 7 on the 621. Russ Archer. Archer dialed 686 to a 606. For Clayton Garber. And the win light will go to Russ Archer, 687 with a 3 on 686 and a 008 light. Again, absolute final call for round 1. And again, if you have not yet purchase your buyback to get back in for that chance for $10,000, you need to head to the base of the tower right now. Paul Riddle. Riddle up against Vince Wade. And Wade trying to stay out in front will get the job done. 615 with a 4 on the 11 and a 33 light as the 78 and 3 thou under to get there first by 2 thou, mathematically eliminated. Brandon Layfield, 82 S10, dialed in 663 to a 648 for John Binkley, part of BBB. Chance of red. Binkley was 005, getting the win light. David Keaton.
I think the battery's dead.
Keaton. Dialed in 579 to a 650 for Steve Kozak. Steve is in the red Camaro, red and black. Good looking ride. Right now, Keaton is in full charge. Should be, will be. David Keaton, 82 with a 6 on the 579. He had a lot of room to play with up front, made it work on the back end. Gene Northrup and Luke Ireland. Another pair of Camaros up there. Luke's in the beautiful blue ride, the 1968 of Franklinville, New Jersey. Pro Torque side of the racetrack. Jeannie, the ISC Service Master ride. Out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, dressed in silver. Luke Kutcher half the start line, now for real, that'd be messy. The finish line comes up, it's gonna be Jeannie Northrup on the double breakout, breaking out by less and getting the win light. 56, 89 with the 9 on the 92, gets the win over the 28, 93 with the 4 on the 698. Next up, CJ McCafferty and Nick Hastings. Hastings on this ride going for the Glory hole shots. Oh, Nicholas. 618 dial in for Nick. He is in the Pontiac T1000. CJ McCafferty in the Mustang on the Pro Torque side of the racetrack will be leaving first. Triple 0 to 007. To the finish line they go. It's going to be the win light going to CJ McCafferty. Nick got down there and got behind and did not work out for him by 4th thou. Trip zip 85 to 7 on the 82 for McCafferty. Hastings 621 on the 18 with a 4. The 007 light at only 101 miles an hour. Bill Colburn out of Downingtown, Pennsylvania up against J.T. Banks Jr. Banks down 655 in the second gen Camaro. Going to be chasing the Challenger piloted by Colburn. Down 674. And Banks did not, he's trying to leave heads up, and that was not the name of the game there. Win light will go to Colburn, 72 with the 5 on the 674, as Banks just clicks it off. Jimmy Stack and Nick Beeman coming up next. Beeman out of Hamburg, Pennsylvania, the 72 Nova, dialed 604, 634 for Jimmy Stack out of Gilbertville, Pennsylvania. $22 advantage going to go to Jimmy Stack in the SNL Signs ride. 35 dead, 7. Gets there first by 3 thou, even with Nick Beeman going 12 thou under. Shane Swigert and Krista Taylor. Krista on the motorcycle down 548 to a 578 for here. Swigert. We need our re-entry double buybacks. If you're doubled up in the buyback round, if you're re-entered twice, we need you the lanes. Doubled buybacks to the lanes at this time. Doubled up buybacks, we need you the lanes at this time, please. Doubled buybacks. We need you the lanes at this time. Krista Taylor gonna try to Shane Swigert. Advantage Taylor, win light. Taylor 550 with 3 on the 548. 22 margin closes it up nicely against Swigert. 49 13 thou over. Double buybacks to 1 and 2, folks. Double buybacks to 1 and 2. If you're doubled up with the buyback, lanes 1 and 2. Kyle Gockley. Turns at 2 thou too soon. Bobby Newland Jr. will take the win light. He was 2 red, dead, 8 on the 601 for Gockley. Bobby Newland Jr. 008. 643 with a 2 on the 46. Getting the freebie. Chris Finney and Trish Witt. Trish and the Hoosier Daddy team trying to get a point up there. Dialed in 572 to a 560 for Finney. But once again, double up buybacks will take you to lanes. Double up buybacks. If you're in twice in the buyback round, we need you here. Need you now, please. 6 out early on the let go. 17 to good for Chris Finney. 553 on the 560. Motoring. 6 out red. 2 out under for Trish Witt. Macy Stewart and Greg Elder. Macy down 633 to 720 for Elder in the Disco Corvette. It's out of Dinwiddie, Virginia. Right over by Virginia Motorsports Park. That is the community. Macy will get a win right there. Greg Elder went incredibly red. 33 dead 5 for Macy. Meanwhile, Elder was 2 weeks early for her birthday party and 3 over 5. For the Raggedy Ann Rider, Joshua Hack, Robesonia, Pennsylvania. 1975 Nova up against Ray Kratzer out of Milford, Pennsylvania in the 73 Duster. Do the previous red light, doesn't quite do it, but it is very red. Ray Kratzer will be the winner. 59 and a 10th over, gets the win over 187 red and 800s over. Paul Stalba and Steve Long. Stalba dialed 658 to a 678 for Long in the Mustang. No red light this time for Paul Stalba. Down there practicing at the finish line. Steve Long 64 and 76 of the 6 on a 678 gets the win light. One Sky Media round 1 continuing on. Scott Embley, 624 dialing for Scott. It's up against Cam Murray. Murray in the Maverick from New Hampshire out here having some fun with us this weekend. Loves to come down for and race here at Maple Grove. Scott Embley probably wishes he would stay away. Double breakout win like 004, 1,000 under for Cam Murray, taking 0006 at the finish line. Embley 21 and 18,000 under. Thanks for playing. Again, we'll take our buybacks. If you're doubling the buybacks, we need you there. If you're doubling the buybacks, we need you there and need you now. Meanwhile, we'll also take red buybacks. Our red re-entry buybacks and our double buybacks. Need you there, need you now. Kevin Robb and Jimbo Romagna. Jimbo in charge and getting the win light. Romagna moves on. Next pair up, Travis Hill, Fairmont, Maryland, the 67 Mustang. 621 Dowling up against Michael Donnell. Paradise, Pennsylvania. They paved Paradise and put it in Pennsylvania. 68 Camaro, Dow 676. The old classic late 60s Ford versus Chevy battle. And now the Hang 'em High Ford with the big advantage at the starting line should be and will be Travis Hill. He got 600 at the start line, took 7th out at the finish line, but that was a moot point as Donnell had to break out to be that close. William Hines, the big, bad Ford pickup truck. Hines dialed in 630 to a 598 for Keith Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer turns to red. Mr. Hines says, thank you. Stacy Orth and Mike Garber coming up next. Garber dialed in 760. That Mercury Capri Garber bunch of rounds in this thing last night, man. That was just printing tickets. Good driving job. Orth dialed 601 in the Pretty in Pink machine. Again, we've called buyback doubles and buyback red. Buyback doubles and buyback red. Remember, you can get points in the buyback round. And a win light. Go to Garber. Stacy Orth got there first, but broke out in the process. 764 won the one on a 760. Garber gets behind and watches the win light come on. Marty Flegel dialed 628 against Ronald Myers, 618. Myers, smoke coming out of that. That was strong burnout for Myers. He hates tires. Another runner-up last night here for Flegel. Look at the top end, but not going to get there as Myers. 635, 95 mile an hour for Flegel. As Myers was a 10th slow and a lot late. Mike Sadlowski, Lindenwood, New Jersey, and the Kawasaki down 571 against the 635 of Jeff Stewart. Way out in front should be Jeff Stewart, 638, 100 miles an hour in the sea. And CJ Ketterer will be your buy run.
Buybacks on the list.
So we've called buyback doubles, buyback red, and let's get buyback green rolling. Buyback doubles, red and green. Buyback doubles, red and green. Again, you still have chance. You still have a chance to do your buybacks, but I head over there shortly. CJ Ketterer, last night's B&M Performance main event winner, gets the 003 dead 3 to make sure you know. And that is going to do it for One Sky Media Round 1. So Jay Schallenberger, former Warren Johnson Pro Stocker. This is a comp eliminator car. Can you catch, is that an altered? What altered is that? Look at that, what's the class on there? I altered? That means a whole lot of RPMs and a tiny motor usually. So again, we've called buyback doubles, red and green. Buyback doubles, red and green. So a little extra treat here. Hey, Michael Underwood, on your re-entry, you did not win that round, but you had the best losing package. Michael, you can go to lane 5. Michael Underwood, go to lane 5 for your re-entry. Courtesy of One Sky Media, Michael Underwood. Car number 3498, you can go to lane number 5. No, we'll go to lane 7. Michael, go to lane 7. Not 5, 7. Hey, again, folks, the Racers dinner is running right now. We're going to keep it open till 7:30. We realize timing being what it was, some of you have been racing instead of having time to eat. But we will keep the Racers dinner open till 7:30. So if you're, I thought he's saying no, he's saying Joe. So again, we have called buybacks, doubles, red and green. And again, Michael Underwood on his 3498, sitting on the potential buy in the re-entry round, the Course Customs re-entry round. Those of you looking to get your Mopar done right, and I think they do other stuff too. I hear they'll do something that's not a Mopar. But they have the sweetest Mopars on the planet, and they're all out here racing with us. And again, that is Course Customs. Folks, we did not call juniors. We still have more buybacks to call. Oh, we do? So we'll take all of buybacks to the lanes, please. All of buybacks. You should be in the lanes. We'll take all of buybacks. We're getting ready to start pulling them out. All of buybacks. We'll take you there. Hey, folks, if there's somebody out there that just painted their car and, nice and pretty and everything, make sure you've got all the sand out of it. Please and thank you. We'd be racing right now, but looks like a little of the sand got out of somebody's hot rod. Man, if you have a bunch of sand in your car, if you just got it painted, please take a quick look and make sure, because that is not something you want on the racing surface. The crew just worked very hard to get it off there and make that lane good once again. So again, we have called to the staging lanes all of our re-entries, all of our buybacks. We'll take you there. So here we go with our Coors Custom re-entry round. Terry Benton, the Octane 94 side of the racetrack, coming against John Alloway. Start things off in the Coors Customs re-entry round. Alloway dialed 654 to a 624 for the Camaro, piloted by Terry Benton. himself in charge at the start line. Heads to the top end, Terry Benton. 41 dead 4 gets the job done.
It's on.
24 to the 4 on the 624. Next pair up is Alloway, 68 and under. Nick Hastings trying to make it back up with the glory hole shots coming up against Terry Sachs in the Camaro. Sachs and Sons, sponsored hot rod. In the Pro Torque side, the Camaro trying to hold off the Nationwide Auto Works machine of Hastings. Wheels up and out in front is Nick Hastings. Should be Nick. He'll close it up to 3,000 just for fun. Nick Hastings is your winner. 619 with a 6 on the 617. And a 19 light. 37 with a 0 on the 638 for Terry. Bows out. Next up, Soggy Dunn. Soggy dialed in. Team Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons. Sport at a 635. Going to be chasing Mr. Banks dialed in. At a 655. Soggy getting on the right. Soggy, 28 dead, 1. Next pair up, Brock Mosier. Brock dialed in 528 to a 557 for Tim Allenbach. Allenbach in the borrowed ride today at Octane 94 side of the racetrack. Mosier 528 in that wheelie wagon. It's wheelie good. And Mosier taking the long way home, still gets the win over Allenbach. Driving like a double A fuel altered going down there. Mosier will be your winner. Goodness. Did one of them last night too. Scott Dreyer, 625 dialing for Dreyer. Against the pickup truck down 6, 42. Dreyer gets the W. $625 to $225. He just laid down 6 total, did Dreyer. Next pair up, Kyle Robb. 606 dialing for Robb up against Michael Underwood. Rough round for Michael. Last round, very unusual for him to be back in twice on the buyback side. Underwood gets beat on the double breakout. 5,000 to 2,000 for Robb, who went down there and did the old whoa and gets the win light. There's 3 Stooges and a chick. Says thank you for getting that one. Next up, it's the tree guy, Rob Zetterberg. Zetterberg from 000 down in at 611. The motorcycle. And it's going to be 000. He was not 000, not by a long shot, but he got the win light. Keith Lehman, 602 dial-in. Lehman coming up against Dave Dissinger, this one for Team Death Row. Lehman with a 602 on the Hammer Time ride. Lehman in charge. Gets the win on the double breakout. Lehman, 6:01 with an 8 on the 6:02. 15 light gets the win. Dissinger trying to stay close, breaks out by 15 thou. Jamie Cologne dialed in 597. He's in the pearl colored first gen Camaro up against the fourth gen ride. Cologne lays down all zeros and gets the win light. 01 with a 7 on the 597. Showing up with a win light for Jamie Cologne. Next up, Jeffrey Santine and Todd Toman. Santine with half the wheels, double the butt whoopings. Up against Toman and Team Death Road. Advantage going to go to the Nova. He's got 13 thou in his pocket. And he takes that 13 thou, turns it into a 4 thou win. Todd Toman, 37 with an 8 on the 636 and the 38 light, gets the job done. Santine was 51 dead 9, 4 thou behind. Dave Harris and Garrett Sprague coming up next. Harris, Octane 94 side. In the Chevelle, dialed in 663, 735 for Sprague. I think Sprague might be having an issue. Garrett Sprague in the Camaro. Up against Dave Harris in the Chevelle. Light for Harris. We'll put the win light on. Oh, for Garrett Sprague. 740 with a 0 on the 735. Gino Picozzi and Vincent Harris. Vince dialed 760 on the motorcycle. Going to have Picozzi chasing him in the Mustang. And the Mustang turns it red, and Gino might need a hug after that one. Win light will go to Vince Harris, 805 on the 760, the 115 light. Going, that's a lot total. He gets the window. Russ Benish and Kevin Mendenhall. Mendenhall trying for the Young Buck and Rusty Pistons group. 6 flat dialing against the double tough racer out of the western side of PA, Russ Benish. He's so far west, he's almost Ohioan. Drag race here. Benish. And a win light going to go to Mendenhall. Gets down there, gets behind. Benish breaks out by 2,000, getting fed all of it. Mendenhall, your winner. Paul Danes and Montrell Johnson. Montrell. Bikes to the front. He says 544 dialing, got a 3-second wait on the big bad Chrysler of Danes. Montrell in charge at the hit. Gets the win, 546 and the 7 on the 44. Montrell Johnson, your winner, Danes. 847 to 9 on the 46, but gave up too much starting line, and Montrell gets the win. Next up, Chris Connor, 575 dial in, up against Jimmy Miller. Connor part of Team Spare Parts in the Vega. As Jimmy Miller turns on a big red. Chris Connor will take that W. Next up, Brian Davison, 647 dialing. Up against the Nova. Turns of red, Davison, 23 to the good. Third gen ride will get the win light. Taking out Mike Dugan. Next up, Jillian Kleinfelter. Jillian. Kleinfelter dialed in 642. Scott Smith dialed in 605. Jeremy trying to stay out in front. It's going to be Scott Smith, 19 dead 0, getting the win light on the 605. 640 with a 4 on the 42 for Kleinfelter, and a 43 light, no good. Dwayne Troy. Up against Pat Barbone. It's actually Mike Griner and Pat Barbone. Griner in the Chevelle. Griner heating and cooling ride. Gets the win light as Barbone goes too quick. 35 to 3 on the 637. Took 28. You can take 11 or less. Next pair up, Mark Schwalm and Jean Ann Zetterberg. Zetterberg, the Advanced Street Care ride. Again, she is foot braking for the first time, I think she said, since maybe the 1980s. 826 dialing to the 558 for Schwalm on the motorcycle. Schwalm 007 and the wind light. .559 with the 4 on the 558. Zetterbird 828 with the 3 on the 826. She's getting there. Pair of Fox Body Mustangs, Kevin Spencer up against Nick Sheckelhoff. Spencer in the silver ride dialed 633, 635 for Sheckelhoff. 2 to a 20 advantage Sheckelhoff. Win light, Sheckelhoff lays down 10 total. 002, dead 8 on the 635. Spencer got there first by 18 thou, broke out by 28 thou. He was not going to be able to outmath that one. Kevin Core this in the 704 dial-in for Kevin on the Octane 94 side. He's got the Demon getting ready to get chased by Matt Witkowski from Three Stooges and a Chick. Witkowski dialed 631 in the Pontiac. Core Customs re-entry round coming at you. And Kevin Corriger to 24th thou red. Matt Witkowski will be your winner. 628 with a 4 on the 631 dial-in. And a 37 light. Juniors will take you to the lanes. Juniors, 6 to 9 year olds, you go to lane number 7. 10 to 18, you go to lane 8. Juniors, 6 to 9 year olds to lane 7. 10 to 18 year olds to lane 8. Andrew Bracuto, 631 dial-in for Bracuto. Against the Camaro. And Bracuto, 639 with a 0 on the 631. Gets the win as his opponent slows weight up.
What the heck?
Mike Franek and Mike Bryson coming up next. Pick your favorite Mike. I like mine wired. Franek in the dart dialed 645 to 641 for Bryson. Y'all are watching on Motor Mania TV. You're witnessing a whole lot going on here. You got the 4th annual A1 Mulch no box 660 shootout as the win light going to Bryson, going 9 thou under on the double breakout to 25 thou under. Again, that's brought to you by Magic Hat Cleaners. Not only is that happening, it is Daryl Tillman Realty Group Saturday $10,000 win main event. It's Coors Customs re-entry round, and in the middle of all this, we're doing the Blittersdorf Automotive Team Battles, which will also happen in the juniors. Again, we need our juniors to the lane, 6 to 9 year olds. You are in lane number 7, 10 to 18, lane 8. Scott Pepper turns it red against Will Marshall. And Marshall gets that W that he needed for his team for the glory hole shots, making steam here. 593 at the 2 on the 594. Tupper was 20 red, dead 0. Frank Monfiore. Frank dialed in at a 620. A 584 for the Vega. And it's going to be the win light going to Frank. Harley Philomely dialed in at a 545 on the two-wheeled machine. 639 for the Nova. $9 difference. The bike trying hard to chase down the Nova. It doesn't have to because 1 thou under. 38 with a 9 and a 639 for the Nova. 38 dead, 9 for Harvey. Turns on a win light for him. Here comes the Cat Motorsports ride of Paul Cat. Lebanon, Pennsylvania, out there selling some pretty cool stuff for our juniors. They got putting up $1,000 plus stuff otherwise for our juniors this weekend. Good on you, Paul. He's up against Sage Embley. The Broke Neighbors team dialed in at 601 in the Schrinz Automotive Camaro.
Let's get another call for juniors.
And it's going to be Embley getting the win light. As a red light for Paul Cat. Once again, we have called juniors to the lanes. Juniors, say round 1 elimination call for our juniors. Need you here, need you now. Juniors, need you to the lanes, please. Lane number 7 for our 6-year-olds to 9-year-olds, and lane number 8 for 10 and older. Michael Barbone. 669 down into a 593 for Robert Smith. Again, all buyback reentries, all you buybacks have been called to lanes. If you were doubled up in buybacks, make sure you're getting back. And Barbone in charge and getting the win light, 670 with a 9 and a 669. Smith was very late on the let go. Macy Stewart. Macy rolling up with a 633 Dowling. Up against Dave Harvey Jr. Both of these folks lost their points counting number. Now they got to try to make it up in the buyback for the Blittersdorf team battles. Team No Names, David Harvey. 701 Dowling, 633 for Macy. Macy double 03 red. Harvey will take that. 25 dead, 4 on the 701 Dowling for Dave Harvey Jr. 3 thou red, 5 thou under for Macy. Next up, Vanderbilt Boyce Jr. 585 Dowling. He is on the Octane 94 side up against Mike Tremblay. Dialed 577 here on the Pro Torque side. Dan is going to go Octane 94 side. Boyce goes too quick, takes too much finish line. Tremblay was dead zero, 108 total, getting the win light as Boyce took 85, should have taken 60 or less. Denny McCloskey, 648 dialing up against Jimmy Stacks. Stack dialed in at a 634. These are the SNL signs Vega against the beautiful white Firebird of McCloskey. Stack running for last kid picked. Denny Mack up here representing Blank. Ooh. Well, wasn't close at the start line. Wasn't close at the finish line either. Denny Mack, 009, 52 with the 4 on the 48. He is 9 and 4 over 4 to be 30 ahead of the breaking out Jimmy Stack. Jason Focarino down in 8 flat in the S10. Getting ready to have the Mopar chase him down, dialed in 758. Loose Nuts, the team. Focarino out in front, 7 to a 19. Great race by both these racers, and the Mopar will get the win as Focarino goes too quick on the double breakout. 96 with the 4 and the 8 flat. Meanwhile, the Mopar 756 with a 6 on the 758. Another Mopar, that'd be Alan Cord Jr. 780 dial in up against Scott Embley, dialed in 622. Core in the Mopar, as are most cores. Big flicker for Embley. And here goes Scott Embley. Embley Family Racing gets the win light. 27 with the 9 and the 622 and a 24 light is Core. 1 over 7, but a little late getting off the starting line. Again, juniors, need you the lanes, please. Juniors, you've been called the lanes. Vinny Cusimano and Dave Miller, your next pair. Miller, dialed 712. 618 for Cusimano. Between Miller and Cusimano. It's going to be Miller. Team First Round Lounge grabs another one. 713 with a 4 on the 712 and a 51 like Cusimano. Under by 4 thou, taking 24. Bowing out. Jeremy Stoker and Wayne Redrow. Redrow dial 599. Beautiful Nova there. Actually, a couple of really sharp looking Chevrolets on the start line. Stoker's Camaro dialed in 662. Part of the Spare Farts team. I just enjoy saying spare parts as if I had to spare. 16th down difference advantage. Stoker breakout loss for Wedrow, as Stoker was 25 dead 4, staying just ahead. Hello, helicopters. You're being watched, man. Next up, Brandon Skelly, dialed in 630 to a 577 in the Octane 94 lane. That's Brad Keaton. So Skelly and Keaton both trying to make points for the team that actually would fill in for either the First Round Lounge or for Keaton Classics with Red and Russ. And it's all Mr. Keaton. Brad Keaton to the finish line will be your winner. 582 with a 0 on the 577. Brad Keaton will be your winner over Brandon Skelly. Next up, Bob Mullaney. 686 dial-in for Mullaney. Part of Team Blank. Again, needing to help fill out the box in round 1. for Team Blank. Bob Mullaney doing Bob Mullaney things. 687 with a 7 on the 686 007 light. Taking 28 over the breaking out S10. Do a 60 and 8 thou under the 727 dial. Roy Winnie, 624 dialing for Rory, dialed up on the Pro Torque side to the 582 for Matthew Heil on the two-wheeler. Heil with this one, working with bikes to the front. Out in front, 627 to 0 on the 624. Matthew Heil bows out. Next pair, Tom Stahl. Stahl, 596 dialing, and that wicked Chevelle going to be chasing the Mustang. That is Ray Barlow. Barlow and Stahl within 100 of each other at the hit. Hitting to the finish line, win light on the double breakout will go to Ray Barlow. Charlie Squirrel and the nuts fills out the stack pretty nicely. Next up, Trish Witt. $572 for Trish up against the 644. For the Mustang. On the let go, going to give the win to the Mustang, get him back into round number 2. Dennis Core. Core moving up, the Octane 94 side, 682 in the hee-haw ride against Brandon Michaels. The No Names ride, dialed in at 712 for the Maryland native. Michaels just got to play the finish line, but he breaks out. Dennis Core will be your winner, and Brandon got fed a little bit at the finish line, might have fed himself a little bit too much. Win light will go, though, to Dennis Core, and the hee-haw ride comes back. Next up, Paul Stalba up against Nick Hastings. Stalba dialed 658 to a 617 for Hastings. In the scheme of things for the team, Stalba's running for the team on this one. Nick ain't. However, in the scheme of things for Nick Hastings, he likes to be double. And he will be. Stalba turns it red. Win light will go to Nick Hastings, 613 with a 0 on the 617. 110 miles an hour. Stalba was 19 red and 600s under the 658. Both those fellas were holding a lot. Paul Riddle, 635 dialing for Riddle, Octane 94 side up against Ted Miley, dialed in 731. Miley in the Chevelle. Trying to hold off Riddle. And Riddle clicks it off early. The win light will go to Miley. Next up, Brandon Layfield. Layfield, another part of the Wasting Money team, coming up. You're not imagining things. There are two different Domino delivery trucks. They really need to face each other at some point today. Make it happen, guys. Layfield and Shane Swigert talking to each other via the noise. Swigert rolling up here for, he's got, gets the win. Tyler Weicker and Jack Alloway. Tyler dialed in $5.99. He's in the advanced tree care S10, going to be chasing the 649 of Jack Alloway in the Malibu. Start line advantage going to go to the Boo. He's 50 with a 1 on the 649, 20 total for Jack Alloway as Weicker late and 2 over 1, 8, excuse me, no good. Michael Donnell and Kyle Robb. Kyle running for Rolling the Yap team, trying to fill out their box in round 1. 601 dialing, but Donnell, no, really rather that he didn't. 674 dialing for the old school cool Camaro. Satin, center lines, the right hood scoop and everything. 001 wrong side for Donnell. Kyle Robb 15 to the good, dead 8, 23 total gets the win. Donnell was 001 red and 2 over 1 on the 674. Greg Elder, the 78 vet out of Dinwiddie, Virginia, dialed 724 to a 609 for Rob Zetterberg. Somebody going to need to give Rob a hug. Greg Elder will be your winner. Rob was 11th out red, dead 5. Elder was a lot under the dial and a bit late. Paul Tim Jr. 592 dialing for Paul. Two young guns and the old heads representative in the Vega up against the other Vega, the Vega wagon. Brock Mosier, last time he went down the racetrack, scared the heck out of me. This thing is a wild ride. He drives her back, 004 to an 18. It's going to be 21 total for Mosier. 18 dead, 3 gets the win on the 528. Paul Tim Jr., 004, and 3 $1 thou under the 592. Butch Weinreich. Weinreich dialed in 730 to a 626 for the Camaro. And Weinreich got 300s to play with at the finish line and plays with it nicely. 29 and 33 of the 9 on the 30, gets behind, he gets the win light as he fed his opposition a healthy helping of finish line. Robert Dames, Robert dialed in 847 in the Chrysler. Up against Nick Bowman. Dialed in 602. Red light for Dames will put the win light on for the Nova. 598 with a 0 on the 602, putting the win light in the right place for him. Dames 873 at 80 miles an hour. CJ Ketterer and Steve Kozak, your next pair. Kozak dialed 650 in the good-looking red Camaro. Up against last night's winner, CJ Ketterer, moving on up in the 78 Dodge Aspen. Kozak running for team in training. Finish line comes up. The Hemi-powered Aspen will be your winner. As Kozak, a little late. Dead 9 and still a lot behind. Kevin Robb. Kevin up there running for two young guns and the old heads. Dialed in 499 in the Roadster. Up against Mike Moore's S10, dialed 6 flat. Turns it red. Mike Moore sees the win light shining brightly and moves on. 598 to 7 on the 6 flat. Clayton Garber 609 dial-in coming up in the Buick Octane 94 side against the motorcycle. One foul between them. And Garber having a issue almost immediately and clicks it off. The win will go to the motorcycle. Tim Allenbach and Scott Dreyer. Dreyer dialed in at a 624, 557 for Allenbach. Gets cut in half at the start line. Not for real, would be messy. 19 dead, 5 drawer. Dreyer gets the win light. 19 and dead on with a 5 of the 624. Allenbach 38, 9 thou under, 5 thou behind. Next up, Terry Benton dialed in 626 to 649 for John Hedenberg. part of the Loose Nuts team. Been a bit of a rough ride for the Nuts thus far. Right now he's got a handful and breaks out versus Benton. Juniors, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. Juniors, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. Final call for our Coors Customs re-entry round. Final call for the Coors Customs re-entry round. Keith Lehman and Kyle Robb. Lehman dialed 601 to a 608 for Kyle in the Nova. Lehman turns it red. Kyle Robb will be your winner. Next up, Soggy Dunn and Lewis Green Jr. Soggy and Lewis both trying to get a point for each of their teams. At the wheels, double the butt whooping for the motorcycle. Soggy trying to get Team Death Row back on the board there. Looking like it might be Soggy time. I've been wrong before, not that time though. 008, 36 with a 5 on the 635. Lewis was down with a 2. That was the good news. The bad news, he was 62. And your final pair, Scott Embley, representing the Broke Neighbors, up against Mike Underwood in Ohio-ish. Ohio all the time, a win light will go to Underwood. So here we go with our 6 to 9 year olds. Ryan Beeman and Lorenzo Gianatiempo. Let's do that. The Gianatiempo machine dialed in 1195, 1186 for Ryan Beeman. Gianatiempo, my goodness. To the finish line, it's going to be Gianatiempo, 12:03, 49 miles an hour, and a 006 light. Beeman ran dead 3, was a little late letting go. Next up, Cali Sanseverino. Sanseverino dialed in at a 933, coming up on the Octane 94 side. Madeline Brockmeyer out of York, PA, dial 818. Round 2 doubles to lanes 1 and 2, please. Round 2 doubles to 1 and 2. K&R Performance round 2 doubles to lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. CJ McCafferty will be on the potential buy in the 069 entry. Round 2 doubles, we have called you. San Severino and Brockmeyer, and it's going to be Brockmeyer, I don't think got staged. The win light will go to San Severino, who was very red and gets the win light. Christian Handwork and Sean San Severino. Handwork on Team Young Assassins, dialed 894 to an 8 flat for San Severino. Good heads. Good starting line. Heads up lead. Win light is going to go to Handwork. As a margin of victory, 9 thousandths, and there's a point. Next pair up. Anthony Magliocco. Magliocco down 790 to Garrett Kramer's 893. Magliocco here on the Pro Torque side. Kramer on the Octane 94 side. The G-Bros, Garrett Kramer and Gavin. See Garrett this time up against Anthony and the Seek and Destroy team. Yep. He is seeking it to destroy. Lots of whopping going down there. Win light will go to Magliocco. Paige Doney. Coming up next, Doney on the Octane 94 side against Kenneth Lanterman. Doney, another one of the Young Assassins. Kenneth, again on the Pro Torque side, he is Blue Domination. I got some prizes here for the first trip zip of the day, so that's another thing they're aiming for, courtesy of Cat Motorsports. Red light for Lanterman. Paige Doney, your winner for the Young Assassins. Paige goes 9 flat with a 4 on the 897, 905 with a 1 on the 897 for Lanterman. Nathan Benish and Austin X. Benish on the Ducks on the Octane 94 side up against Austin X. Concessions are going to be closing at 8:15, folks. Concessions will close at 8:15. I love the X siblings. Their team name is Expect Nothing, ECKS Spec nut. That is fantastic. That's the best. They win for the team name alone. Tell you, you can expect a whole lot with a 005 like the 46 for Benish. It's going to be Austin X. Takes all zeros at the finish line. Austin X, quad zero margin of victory over Nathan Benish. 00509 with an 8 on the 905 versus Benish's 46, dead 7 on the 798. What a great drag race. Next up, Aaron Willing. Aaron, part of the Queen Brats, up against Mason Barron. Mason says, I'm a lone wolf out here, boys and girls. He's on the Pro Torque side. Out of Coventry, Rhode Island. Against Willing out of Pittsburgh, PA. Round 2 doubles. You should be in the lanes or headed that way. Round 2 doubles. Need you there and need you now. Aaron Willing turns it red. Varen will take the win. Goes 44. Dow's 890. Goes 898. 806 on the 803 for Aaron Willing. Kalani Diaz out of Lakewood, New Jersey. Kalani down 792 on the Pro Torque side. Kalani up against Olivia Torchia. Olivia on the Octane 94 side. Double red, Olivia Torchia will get the win light on the True Start, going deep. 866 on the 890, might have been holding a little. Kalani Diaz, 797 on the 92, bows out on that one. Next up, Gavin Creamer. Creamer, part of the G-Bros. Gavin dialed in 793 on the Actine 94 side, up against Charlie Blittersdorf. Charlie on the I Don't Care team. What do you want to name team? I don't care. Careful what you wish for there, Charlie. Charlie is over here, the Blittersdorf Automotive Ride out of West Grove, PA. Part of the team battles. Advantage for the G-Bros. Win light will go to Charlie Blittersdorf. 7th out margin of victory for Charlie. 93 with a 0 on the 792 and a 25 light. Gavin was 12 and 300s over to be 7th out behind. Mallory Stewart. 811 dial-in for Mallory. She is part of the Ducks with Nation Benish. Coming against Shane Connor out of Elkton, Maryland. Shane out of Dumb and Dumber. Oh, you kids are awesome. Stewart probably, I think, a year or two away from getting in a big car, and she will get in a big car. John Oppenheimer, thank you for listening, brother. John Oppenheimer checking in. One Sky Media Webmasters. And a red light will pop on for Mallory. So Jack Griner and Shane Connor get a win light. So Shane getting that one for him. Always appreciate all the work that John Oppenheimer does for racers. And again, if you ever need a website developed, worked on, tweaked, go see and talk to Mr. Oppenheimer and the One Sky Media Webmasters folks. Here comes Levi Nar out of Boyertown, PA. Octane 94 side coming up against Alphonse Magliocco III, part of Seek and Destroy. Levi Nar all over it at the starting line. Got to play that finish line game, and he does. 12 total for Levi Nar. 005 dead, 7 on the 890. Levi Nar takes out Alphonse Magliocco III. And the Cross ride. Woo! Kyle Kwiatkowski dialed in 814 on a Mechanicsburg up against Joey Torsha. Joey on Team Gooner. And it looks like Joey Torsha getting pushed off. Tough break. Kyle Kwiatkowski will get the win. And 823 on the 814 for Kwiatkowski. And a little bit of a cleanup there. Again, want to thank all the folks supporting the junior program. Always strong support here. I know the JBros have always been, that's where they came from, the juniors, and have continued supporting them. Portatree worst winning reaction time. Portatree Pocket Pal for the worst winning reaction time today. B&M Performance. Driver to go most rounds over the 2 days. We'll check that tomorrow. But the winner will get a winter special junior motor freshen up. Half scale boxes of snacks for first round losers. So if you don't win first round, you're going down to buy back, you can go down and get your box of snacks. There'll be cross racing gift cards, and then Cap Motorsports with a whole bunch of junior money. Saturday, $250 for the winner extra on top of what's already there. $150 for the last 6 to 9 year old, and $100 for first trip zip and eliminations, and I'm still waiting on that. Kenneth Lanterman, car number 1113, our junior, you got a gift card waiting for you at the base of the tower. Kenneth, we got a gift card for you at the base of the tower. Okay, we think we have it fixed. Again, we had called round 2 doubles to the lanes. Red, you're on short standby. We'll get you there very soon. Hey, the person who claimed the tire gauge in the tower, do you have 2 now? Because somebody else says they're missing theirs as well. We need to get a tire gauge sponsor. All right, next pair up, Cameron Bauman. Folesville, Maryland, dialed in 877. Opposition on the Octane 94 side, dialed in 890. Bauman getting in and set. Up against the Battleship Gray Ride on the Octane 94 side. Just 2 down between them. And the finish line comes up. The win light will go to Bauman, 886. 3 thou margin of victory after taking 2 thou at the starting line. Bauman, side by side all the way down, gets the win light. Madison Schroenberger, Pro Torque side of the racetrack. Madison in the M&M's team up against Chase Miles. Chase is on the Octane 94 side. Get ready to do the chasing. Hence the name Chase. Chase is in charge at the starting line, but goes too quick. 12th thou under. Madison gets the win light. Next pair up, Jackson Griner, Manheim, Pennsylvania. Jack's part of Team Dumb and Dumber. That's so good. Against Owen Goals. Hatboro, PA, dialed in at a 911 on the Pro Torque side. And Goals moving up. Bumping in. Jackson Griner doing good things. Griner heating cooling ride. Gets down there, works the throttle return, springs a bit, gets the win light 009. 793 of the knee and the 790 taking 28 and getting the win light. Dumb and Dumber got both theirs through. in round one. Now Michael Chirico Jr. Chirico, Pitts Grove, New Jersey, down 795. Troy Steinko out of Holland, PA, down to 803 on the Pro Torque side in the SICK Junior. Steinko in and waiting. There's Chirico. Double a week to a 20. Great side-by-side race. Tell you, kids are, for the most part, beating the tree up pretty good. And the win light will go to Chirico. Both of them are about 400s over the dial, but Chirico did have the better light. 18th margin of victory for Chirico in the win light. Logan Giantempo. Gianatiempo down in at a 1081 against Paisley Anderson, 795. Paisley. Part of the Queen Brats. Then Griner Brothers and Artems, our junior supporters, as they always have been, and they are strong supporters of this class. And Logan Gianatiempo will be your winner over Paisley Anderson. Bluesdorf Automotive Team battles going on again. Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling. I believe as long as I've been doing JBrothers races have been Artems Automotive as well. McKenna Shipley and Madeline Torchia. Maddie, the 20 bucks is 20 bucks. Teaming up against McKenna Shipley. Oh my gosh. Well, kids these days. I'm enjoying the team names thoroughly. Tough break for Maddie. She gets beat. McKenna Shipley, 9 flat with a 6 on the 899. Chase Ferguson, Sewell, New Jersey, down in 920. Coming up on the Octane 94 side, up against Yavik Diaz out of Lakewood, New Jersey, on the Pro Torque side. Chase in the bright orange ride called the Hater. Little hater. And Diaz. Yavik Diaz getting the win on that last pass. Now Lydia Shipley and JJ Schonberg. JJ, part of 20 bucks is 20 bucks. Up against Lydia Shipley out of Hanover, PA. Schonberg is on the Pro Torque side, getting ready to move up. Shipley on the Octane 94 side to the 902 dial in. We're ready to rock and roll. We've called round 2 doubles, and now we'll take round 2 red. Round 2 doubles and round 2 red. Artem's Automotive, Grinder Heating and Cooling Juniors. Round number 1 coming at you. Juniors, when you buy back, it's a straight buyback. If you buy back in, you're going to round 2. And what's going to happen is we're going to run the big cars round 2 and round 3. Then we'll call the juniors back. We are kind of in a go mode right now with the big cars. JJ Schomburg going to put a team up for 20 bucks is 20 bucks. As Lydia Shipley turns it red, 798 with a 5 on the 8 flat, a 38 light for Schomburg. Well played. Bella Troy. Bella, part of the Hot Mess Express Racing team on the Pro Torque side, up against the Expect Nothing machine, piloted by Charlotte X. I'm not sure which name I like the best. Bella trying to hold off Charlotte. Charlotte in charge at the start line. Should be down there wiggling that throttle return spring a bit and getting the win light. Charlotte, 795 with a 6 on the 790, taking 54, getting the win light over Bella Troy. Next up, Carly Bauman out of Poolsville, Maryland. Against Anna Willing, the Double Trouble team. Anna dialed in 795 on the Octane 94 side. Carly Bauman, 9 flat. Win light going to go to Willie. Frank Aragona III, a Freehold, New Jersey-based ride out 799. Going heads up with Michael Artem out of Boyertown out 799. So heads up race here. Aragona, a part of Shake and Bake. Again, heads up racing here. Not at the start line, it wasn't. Frank Aragona III, way out in front. 805, 74 miles an hour as Artem did not run the number. Next pair up, Paul Stalba. The other part of Shake and Bake. Moving on up there against Hunter Ward. Hunter, the other part of Blue Domination. Ward trying to stay ahead of Stalba. Stalba's got about 6 in his pocket. Man, you can hear him working down there. He will be your winner. Hunter unfortunately slowed down at both ends of the racetrack. Stalba with the easy W. 824 on the 810. Gianna Troy and Abigail Martin, your next pair. Abby, part of the Double Trouble team on the Pro Torque side of the racetrack. Gianna Troy, the Hot Mess Express racing team. The Troy sisters. Running one of my old numbers, 129. So Gianna trying to get a win for the Hot Mess Express. Abigail Martin trying to make it a perfect first round for Double Trouble. And it's a 003 wrong side for Abigail. Gianna Troy says, thank you, I'll take that. 846 on the 842 for Gianna. Logan Anderson, 799 on the 798, getting the win light. Okay, here's what's going to happen. Again, we are making this up as we go along a little bit as we are working with time constraints and trying to get to a certain part of the show. Big cars. Those of you in our no box side of our A1 mulch, no box 660 shootout presented by Magic Hat Cleaners. The Darrell Tillman Realty Group Saturday night, folks. You are getting ready to start round two. We've called doubles and we've called red. We've called doubles and we've called red for round number two. Green, you're on short standby. We've called doubles and red. Green, you're on short standby. When we get done running round two, we are going to turn right back around and call round three doubles right back in. So it's going to be back-to-back rounds for the big cars, and then we'll go with juniors round two. Juniors, those of you in our automotive, Griner Heating and Cooling Juniors, if you buy back, which is at the base of the tower, that will, A, you get snacks if you didn't win, and B, that's a buy-in, that's not a re-entry. Juniors will buy in, so if you buy back, juniors are in round two. So you got that going for you. And believe we have a Best Losing Package Award coming through there, and Gavin Kramer will claim that one. So I'll call that down.
Best losing package 1911 Gavin Kramer. 1911 Gavin Kramer.
Switch lenses. Don't talk.
And we are getting ready to go with round number 2. Daryl Tillman Realty Group. $10,000 to win main event. Saturday night's all right for fighting Zach Wolf and Martin Flegel. Marty dialed in 627 to Zach's 756 in that beautiful Mopar. Marty, last night's main event runner-up.
I don't know why, but it's not adjusting the aperture right now.
Always seems to be in the late rounds, no matter what happens. Is a bad dude. Boy, see if Zach looks around. Oh, Zach broke out. Marty Flegel had an issue at the starting line, and by gosh, managed to make it work. Hey folks, make sure you have your tail lights on at this point. We'll have our lights on shortly. It's getting a little dark out there. Please make sure you got your tail lights on. Rob Snyder and CJ Ketter are your next pair. CJ dialed in 745, looking to repeat last night's big win.
Is that right?
He is up against Rob Snyder, dialed 634. The two late 70s Malaise vehicles gonna go to Rob Snyder. 15 dead 8, 23 total. Ketterer was a little late letting go, a little early getting there and still behind. So
Actually,
CJ still got one left.
If I turn it to ISO, it turns it up.
Next up, Jamie Cologne and Todd Toman starting to
That
get to
was
some of
on
the
auto.
team stuff
It's
here.
dark. This is ISO right now, and it's dark.
Jamie part of Last Kid Picked. And Toman on this one with Team No Names.
It's on auto, but movie. Yeah, it's on movie, auto.
Toman with the starting line advantage, and Toman does the job. 16 and 2 over 2, 38 total. Coloma's 46 at the hit, and that will not get the job done. Next up, Bobby Newland Jr., Christiana, Pennsylvania. A little Pontiac dialed 642 to a 707 for the 4th gen Camaro.
It's better. It is on manual. It looks okay. It's as good as my vision.
And Newland starting to reel in. The Camaro should be and will be. Bobby Newland Jr. doing it right. 643 with the one on the 42 and a 23 light. His opposition was, again, late, early behind. Newland will be your winner. Next up, Will Winthrop. And Winthrop turns it red. Caleb Klein. Gary Sippers, and Dennis Core. Wheels up for Sippers. Sippers in charge. Win light will go to Gary Sippers, 657 to 1 on the 56. And the Comet gets the win over the Super B. 52 dead, 2 on the 681 for Dennis Core. No good. Montreal Johnson. Montreal dialed in 542 on the motorcycle against Terry Neiman's Nova, dialed in 642. Montreal doing double duty this one for bikes to the front. Montreal's got work to do. Ain't got room to do it. Terry Neiman will be your winner. Now Sam Koonsman and Brock Mosier. Mosier down 528 to the 561 for Koonsman. Mosier will be your winner. 532, 130 miles an hour. 560 with a 9 on the 61 for Koonsman, but the 11 red, it was what did him in. Next up, Rory Wenny. 738 dial into us. 592 for Jeannie Northrup. Jeannie out there representing the blank team. Not the blankety blank team, just the blank team. Rory rolling with it yet. Charging on down, but the double breakout one light will go to Rory Wenny. Next pair up, Brad Keaton and Mike Fornwalt. In his non-points acquiring part, Keaton is acquiring points. Keaton Classics with Red and Russ. They had a perfect first round / Best Buy round, or Best Buy, that's who I work for, buyback round. So they are looking to continue it on. Keaton trying to hold off Fornwalt. Win light will go to Keaton, 48 dead 9. 2th down margin of victory for Brad Keaton over Mike Fornwalt. Next up, Scott Smith. 605 dialing for Smith out of Pro Torque side of the racetrack, Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, the home base. Up against Emily Allenbach, dialed in at a 620 here in K&R Performance Round 2. And 2,000 difference in the start line. Good, solid drag race. Win light going to go to Allenbach. She lays down 24 dead 6. 22 thou margin of victory on the 620 dial in. 607 of the 6 on the 605 and a 26 light. No good for Scott and Mike Bryson. Terry Benton Jr. Terry, part of the Sopranos. Right now, you know, might be getting put in the trunk and driven away. Win light going to go to Mike Bryson. Michael Barbone and Matt Witkowski. Witkowski coming up on his Three Stooges in a Chick entry. He's in the Pontiac Astrid out 631, 670 for Michael Barbone. Barbone, Cedar Knolls, New Jersey. In deep and waiting. Witkowski headed to the top end. Matt Witkowski will be your winner. 10 and 34 with a 3 on the 31. 43 total of the 43 light for Barbone, which meant his 1/8 was going to be 1/8 behind. German Yanya and Steve Dunn. Jimbo. Team Loose Nuts. Up against Soggy. And his young buck in the Rusty Pistons. Ford. Soggy's feeling a little soggy right now. And Romagna had the starting line advantage, but Soggy got behind and watched his win light come on because Romagna broke out. Tough day for Team Loose Nuts. Next up, Cam Murray, 659 dial in the Maverick. Cam up against Michael Beard. Seven to a 15. Finish line comes up. Win light is going to go to Cam Murray on the double breakout. Beard under by 8 thou. Cam gets behind at the finish line under by 2 thou. Great driving job there for Cam Murray. Evan Paus coming up in the little long roof. Dialed in 655. Paus part of Dirty Mike and the Boys against Kyle Robb. Kyle, part of Three Stooges in a Chick with this number. Kyle in the A1 mulch machine and a world of hurt at the start line, and he's not going to be able to make it up. Win light will go to Evan Paust. 29 and 15 thou under beats late and 19 thou under. Will Marshall and Kurt Holland, your next pair. So Holland 628 in the second gen Camaro. 594 for Marshall, who won a whole bunch of rounds in that dart last night, down 594. Nine down between Marshall and Holland, and it is going to be the win light going to Holland. 13 and 13 thou over, gets the win light. Marshall was 22 and 3 thou under, no good. Next pair up, Russ Archer and Ray Barlow. Barlow down in 601. Get ready to face off Russ Archer. Dialed in 685. And Archer will turn on the wind light. Well, Ray will turn it on for him. 001 wrong side. 84 with the one on the 685 for the Mopar station wagon. Jeffrey Santine and Dave Dissinger. The No Names Racing team. Get ready to come up beside Santine. Rolling with a Jop, getting ready to rock and roll. The Romansville, Pennsylvania native. Dissinger got to hope for a bit of a miracle, and Jeffrey Santine lays down 19 total to say, nah, I'm good. Santine will be your winner. Next up, Denny McCloskey. And Team Blank. Dialed 648. Steve McMillan, dialed 615. Big old wheelie, but he's 200s behind McMillan at the starting line, and that'll cost him. He took 2th out the finish line, but broke out to have it happen. The wind light will go to Steve McMillan. Mike Moore and Chris Gunston, your next pair. Gunston, Pro Torque side of the racetrack. In the Mustang, says 599 is what he's going to go. Mike Moore's S10 says 6 flat, so essentially heads up, and with true start it might as well be. It's pretty close. Finish line comes up, and it's going to be a 6th out breakout for Chris Gunston. Moore gets down there, gets behind. 01 with the 3 on the 6 flat. The 001 light turns on the wind light. 98 with a 4 on the 5, 99 and a 10 for Gunston. He took 10, needed to take 4 or less. Easy for me to say, right? Bob Mullaney and Jamie Horton coming up next. Mullaney up here running for the Blank team. Getting a little thin on that team right now. Jamie Horton's Pontiac Tempest, dialed 671. Big Bucks Bob Mullaney will be your winner. 687 with a 0, 95 mile an hour, closing it up at the top end as Jamie Horton was late and not getting there. Denny Renninger. One of my favorite teams out here is the Medicare Mountain team up against Scott Dreyer. This entry, Scott running for No Mercy. And No Mercy, indeed, Scott Dreyer will be your winner. Keeps on keeping on. Denny Renninger takes a powder for the night. Next pair at the starting line is Bill Carroll, Pottstown-based machine. Octane 94 side, dialed 636. Again, almost heads up with Nick Sheckelhoff, dialed 634 on the Pro Torque side. Sheckelhoff moves on. Last night's Vance Tree Care High Roller winner continues on. He lays down 11 total. 009 dead 2 for Sheckelhoff. Dave Harvey Jr. and Ted Miley coming up next. The 65 Chevelle of Miley dialed 732. Harvey in the Valiant 1968 version dialed in 7 flat for the Atco, New Jersey native. This will be Dave Harvey Jr. as Miley swung and missed pretty bad on that one. Not a common thing for him. So Harvey will take that. Got to take him when you get him. Frank Maffiori, part of Team Blank. Right now it's just him and Bob Mullaney. So let's see if Frank's got a little something for John Troxel's on the Pro Torque side. John's in the Ford Fairmont dialed 617. Maffiori dialed 619. Again, almost heads up. Again, when it comes to the starting line, it's not even close to heads up, and Frankie Maff will be your winner. 627, the one on the 19 has taken 25. Troxel was a little bit late and 4 over. Jeff Stewart and Keith Barron. Stewie. 635 dial in. Team 3 Stooges and a Chick. Get ready to move on the Octane 94. That beautiful 1964 Chevelle. Barron 614. Round 2 green. Round 2 green will take you. Round 2 green will take you. Stewie will be your winner. Round 2 green. We need you here. We need you now. Bo Reeves and David Keaton. Keaton dialed in 580. Round 2 green. Let's get you here. $629 dialing for Bo Reeves in the white Nova. Keaton chasing him in the Camaro. Down 580. Bo goes big red. Dave Harvey the third in Mark Schwalu. Schwalu for Team No Mercy. 560 dialing against Dave Harvey the third, the third generation racer, I do believe, out of the bunch. Harvey family's always been involved in the sport for a long time, back to the former Atco Raceway, and Harvey will be your winner as Schwalu gets beat. 29 and 3 over 6. Plenty of room to get around the 87 light of Schwalu. Jeff Allenbach and Vince Harris. Vincent getting ready to move up on the motorcycle. 757 dialing. Allenbach in the S10 dialed 664. Jeff Allenbach should be in charge here. He'll be your winner as Harris missed it and then missed it. Jeff Allenbach will be your winner. 695 with the 3 on the 664. Next pair up, Nick Hastings. 615 dialing for Hastings, coming against Josh Phelps out of Denton, Maryland, dialed 602. Phelps on team wasting money. Trying not to. Identical 005 lights for Phelps and Hastings. Finish line comes up. Phelps breaks out. Hastings gets behind and watches his win light come on. 5 dead, 4-9 total for Nick Hastings. Tom Spangler and Greg Myers, the Myers Conditioning Camaro dialed 583 against the Piscataway, New Jersey ride of Spangler dialed in 687. Myers on the Pro Torque side gets the win light as Spangler takes a bit too much, took 63, needed to take 47 or less. Greg Myers goes to round number 3. Next up, you got Nathan Mendenhall out of Parksburg, Pennsylvania, 623 dialing for the B&M. Sponsored ride up against Keith Lehman's Halifax, Pennsylvania base, 75 Camaro. Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons, the representing team on this ride for Nathan Mendenhall. About 400s at the start line. Hammer time trying to get there, make it happen. He cannot do it. Win light will go to Nathan Mendenhall. And Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons keeping it clean. Next up, Tanner Koutsaris. Scotty doesn't know. Up against Terry Sachs in the Sachs & Sons ride. Sachs turns it red. Koutsaris will be your winner. Tanner Koutsaris, 75 dead 0. That turns win lights on. Kevin Spencer, the Mustang, dialed in at 630. Coming up against Kevin Mendenhall, another teammate on the Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons team. Ninth out wrong side for Spencer. Mendenhall 6 to the good. 04 with a 9 on the 601. For Kevin Mendenhall. Alan Core Jr. coming up next in the Polara. Octane 94 side of the racetrack. Mike Greiner, Manheim, Pennsylvania. The final member of the Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons group. He could make it a 8-for-8 shot for this team at this point, which would be a getting them in an early lead. Alan Core Jr. trying to keep that from happening. And the Greiner Heating and Cooling ride will be your winner. That's how you team it. Brian Davison. Davison, Cranberry, New Jersey. Part of the Sopranos. Coming up against Garrett Sprague out of Sellersville, Pennsylvania. Down 735. miles an hour gets the win light as Sprague could not get there on that 735. He was 742 with a 5. Meanwhile, Davison 650 with a 0 on the 46, easing on through. Next up, Skylar Stump, 556 dial on the Octane 94 side up against Jimmy Stacks. In the Vega, dialed 634 Pro Torque side. Good side-by-side race. Win light will go to Jimmy Stack. 2 and 18th, however, beats Skylar Stump. 18 and 15, 33 total. Won't get it done. Next up, Jimmy Miller and JT Schaefer. Miller turns it red. JT Schaefer takes the win light. Next up, Jordan Smickle in the Blazer. 676 down into the 571 for Chris Connor. Smickle and Connor. It's going to be Smickle getting the win light. Penny Cusimano and John Alloway, your next pair. Red light for Alloway on that one, so Cusimano will take that W and continue on. 617 with a 4 on the 17 and a 42 light. Kevin Tradarski and DJ Clark. Clark in the Nova. 674 dialing on the Winder. Clark will be up against Kevin Tradarski's 563 on the two-wheeler. Clark for Dirty Mike and the boys. 5 down advantage of the start line and the win light for DJ as Kevin Tradarski was about a 10th over the dial-in, and that cost him. Next pair up, Andrew Bacudo. Bacudo round up out of South Plainfield, New Jersey, and Robert Reiner Jr. Robert in the blind squirrel in the nuts. liner turns it red. Barcuda will take the win light. That's one for 000. Steve Dickey and Jeremy Kleinfelter. Kleinfelter down 640. Pro Torque side against Steve Dickey, 611 in that old school cool Camaro. Kleinfelter in charge off the starting line and at the finish line. Nicely done. 12th out advance to start line, 24th at the finish line, 641 for the 4 on the 640 for Kleinfelter. Dickey, 29 and 2 over 6. Next pair up, Zach Wolf and Adam Werner. Werner down 750 to 53 for the Mopar of Zach Wolf. To the top end they go. It's going to be the win light popping out for Werner. His 37 total beats the 38 light of Zach Wolf. 1851 with a 9 on a 50. 750 dial in, so Werner moves on. Next pair up is Dave Razor and Robert Zetterberg. Zetterberg up here for 000. Up against Razor. There's the Medicare Mountain team. The little LTD station wagon trying to stay out front, stays a little too far out front. The win light will pop on there for Rob Zetterberg, and 000 continues on. Now Paul Werner, 717 dial in for Werner. Against Joe Focarino's 593. Focarino on the Octane 94 side. Focarino, part of Loose Nuts. I think he's the last loose nut. And he's going to continue on. Focarino, 596 with the 5 on the 593. Gets the win light, 6 down. He closes it up nicely. Finish line over Werner. It was 36, 1 over 6. Bowing out. Now Alan Yount and Kenny Garofalo. Alan Dow, 589. Pro Torque side of the racetrack, as we are in K&R Performance round number 2. Kenny Garofalo, 637. He is on the Octane 94 side. Got the top ball about. He's ready. A little too ready. The Roadster of Yount will be your winner. 591 on the 589, 113 miles an hour for Alan Yount. Robert Smith and Greg Elder, your next pair. Elder, 78 vet out of Dinwiddie, Virginia. Coming up from, again, the Virginia Motorsports Park area, right in the neighborhood. That's the zip code for VMP. Robert Smith out of Westchester, Pennsylvania. Looking for the cure to get into round number 3. Looking pretty good for Robert. Win light will go to Robert. 92 with the 1 on the 591 for Robert Smith. Now you got Kevin Core. Core part of Dirty Mike and the Boys dialed in at 702. Randy Brownwell 657 in the 74 Nova, getting ready to do the chasing. That's orange enough that I can see it from here still. Looking to put a team up for Dirty Mike and the Boys. Team point up goes for Kevin Core. 703 with an 8 on the 702 and an 11 light. Brownwell 18th out behind, breaking out by 6th thou. Virtue of the 53 light. Now Glenn Isom, that very quick 83 Blazer, Newcastle, Delaware. Slam low, 555 down against Jeremy Stoker. And top end, it's going to be Stoker. Isom takes 4th out too many. 36 should have taken 32 or less. Jeremy Stoker will get the win light. And get one for the spare farts. Jamie Colon and Brandon Michaels. Michaels rolling up here with Team Ohio-ish. First, well, I would say not the first of the bunch to show up. Nick and Michael have been here already, but they were not their points numbers. Jamie Cologne took a beating on his last one. He ain't happy about it. 004 light Cologne, 99 with a 3 on the 595. As Michaels got down there and tried to disappear to no avail. Cologne did a better job of it. Goodness gracious. 599 at 100 miles an hour. Mike Franek. Franek rolling up out of the Oak Ridge, New Jersey area with a 644 down against Macy Stewart's 632 in the Oldsmobile. Franek all over it at the start line. Going to back into that W there. Both racers easing off the finish line. Franek will get the win light though. Next up, Emily Allenbach and Eric Bendekovitz. Bendekovitz dialed in 677 to the 618 for Allenbach. Clicks the red eye on, so Bendekovitz will move to round 3, 676 with the 4 on the 77. Let's take blue run stickers. Let's go blue. Blue run stickers will take you here at this time. Tyler Weicker and Kyle Gockley. Weicker representing 000. Dialed 6 flat to the 601 for Gockley. Don rolling with a yap. 8 down difference. Slight advantage to Gockley. And he'll make use of that because he wins by 2 thou. Kyle Gockley, your winner. Soggy done, 635 dial in. Soggy working for Team Death Row. Up against Joe Theodore in the Monza. The Monza out 592. Double on wrong side for Joe. Soggy. 635 dial in. Soggy goes 637. We'll take all of round two. We will take all of round two. Need you the lanes, please. We'll take all of round two to the staging lanes at this time, please. Sam Koonsman and Shane Swigert. Swigert in the spare farts. He isn't sparing any, let me tell you. Dialed in at a 579, 561 for Koonsman. That weren't pretty, but it were functional. Win light will go to Shane. Gina Bacozzi, 630 dial into a 626 for Terry Benton. As they head to the top end, Benton gets beat. Win light by 8 thousandths of a second. Will pop on there for Gino Picozzi. 33 and 39 with 8 on the 38, 51 total. Benton was 28 up front, but 3 over 1 and 8 thou behind. Next pair out, Ken Johns out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, up against Mark Latale. Latale out of Southbridge, Massachusetts, out 582 in the Vega. Marks up the red light. Ken Johns, your winner, the 69 Chevelle, 771 with the 9 and the 72, and a 21 light for Ken Johns. Jamie Horton's Pontiac, Tompkins Cove, New York, 671 dial-in, Octane 94 side of the racetrack, and Bob Hartnett from Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, 1989 S10 dial 637, so he'll be leaving second and in pursuit. Yeah, we have called all of round two. We've called all of round two. If you have not gotten there yet, get there. But remember, we're going to go right into round three. Win light going to go to Jamie Horton. 22-2 over gets the win light as Hartnett was a little late at both ends. Brock Mosier and Brad Keaton. Keaton, dialed 579. Mosier, the Alabama Hot Pockets team. Yeah, that's new. Dialed in 528. Team Gate 6 said they wanted to be Alabama Hot Pockets. Who am I to judge? 005 to a 23. It's going to be Brock Mosier. Both him and Keaton were on the low pedals down there trying to play the game, and Brock played it a little bit better. 005, 1/8, puts the win light on Keaton. All he did was get more behind her with the 23 and 3/7. Scott Embley and Michael Franks. Embley, 621 dial-in in the Nova, chasing the S10 of Franks out of Ewing, New Jersey, dialed 730. Finish line comes up, lots of brake lights, but the wind light will come on for Embley, as Franks might have overstopped and under-resulted. Mike Barbone. Michael dialed in at a 669 against Wayne Redrow, dialed in 597. Wayne, part of the Keaton Classics with Red and Russ. Barbone, part of the Sopranos. $19 thou in the pocket of Redrow and the win light as well, taking 7th out of the finish line. 598 with a 6 on the 97. Barbone was dead on with a 4, but cost himself at the starting line. Todd Toman. Toman up here, representing Death Row. 638 down, up against Cam Murray, part of the Glory Hole Shots. And it will be Cam Murray going 2 for 2 this round, by the way, getting the win light there. Toman loses that entry. Gary Simpers, 655 down into the 660 for Eric Bendekovitz. Down between Ed and Gary. Finish line win will go to Bendekovitz as Simpers gets behind the finish line by a foul. Hey, Kelly Sanseverino, not only did you win the first round, you did win the first round with what was the worst winning reaction time. And you're like, well, that's not great. Yes, it is, because courtesy of Porty Tree, you're going to get a Pocket Pal practice tree as a unique item and an awesome item that is endorsed by the one Michael Beard. So Callie Sanseverino, come to the base of the tower. We have that for you now. John Binkley and Robert Bates. Binkley, Team BBB. Look at the WIN as Bates turned it red. Ray Barlow and Mike Tremblay. Barlow in the Mustang, getting ready to move up. He is on the blind squirrel in the net. Tremblay in the two-wheeler just trying to get past him, and he gets the job done. Barlow breaks out by 14th thou. Mike Tremblay gave up 17th out at the starting line, but just got behind and watched the party happen. Gets to see his pretty blue lights at the top end of the track. Michael Underwood, Team Ohio-ish. Getting ready to work. 671 dial in for Underwood. 574 for Scott Tupper. And it's going to be Underwood. Kyle Robb and Dennis Core, your next pair. Kyle up here repping for two young guns and the old heads. The A1 Mulch ride out of Denver, Pennsylvania. Again, A1 Mulch, the title sponsor of the A1 Mulch. Novak 660 Shootout presented by Magic Hat Cleaners. Him and Core just 5 thou apart at the starting line. The Hee-Haw car trying to make it work, cannot do it. Win will go to Kyle Robb, 612 with a 6. He is dead on with a 6. Be 79 total and get the win over Dennis Core by 20 thousandths of a second. Rich Wendler and Caleb Klein, your next pair. Wendler coming out with a 643 down to a 647 for the Dakota of Caleb Klein. Has 400s in his pocket, should be the Dakota. It will be on the double breakout. 52.9 thou under the 647 dial and 646.1. Gets the win. Wendler with 639 with an 8 on the 43. Broke out by more, was still not there. Next up, Will Winthrop. Robbinsville, New Jersey, 644 dial in on the Malibu. Mike Fornwalt. Getting ready to rock and roll for Dirty Mike and the boys. They'd like to have a clean 8 for 8. Fornwalt's got 8 down in his pocket. Double breakout win light for Mike Fornwalt. Dirty Mike and the boys having a good day. 5 thou under the 581. 580 with a 5. Will Winthrop was 14 thou under, taking a thou and bowing out on that entry. 6 flat dialing on the Octane 94 side of the racetrack, coming against Mike Bryson. This battle of the S10. And it'll be Bryson. Cut him in half at the starting line. Gets the win light, 41 with a 1 on the 40. Taking 43. Dead on with a 2, but when your reaction time starts with a 0.1, a little rough. Terry Neiman and CJ Ketterer, last night's winner of the B&M Performance. $5,000 to win main event. Now down to his last entry against Terry Neiman. CJ here on the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Saturday, trying to continue on, and he's going to have work to do with just the one entry if he wants to do it. Neiman came in today. Mooresville, North Carolina. My goodness, he moved south, but came all the way up here to race with us. Just 3 thousandths between Ketterer and Neiman. Win light for Ketterer. 46 dead 7 is 9 thou ahead of the 49 and 1 over 3 for Neiman. So CJ Ketterer, 743 on the 43. Keep it. Russ Archer. Russ with the Keaton Classics with Red and Russ. Looking to put his stamp on this one. Up against Matt Witkowski. Witkowski, 2 young guns and the old heads. They call him Paul. I don't know. Who's that? Paul. Doesn't. Witkowski gets beat. Win light will go to Russ Archer. And the Keaton Classics having a pretty good round. Dave Miller and Dave Harvey Jr. Miller dialed in 710 to the 701 for Dave Harvey Jr. .009 to 23 advantage Miller. Win light Miller. 25 total gets the win over Harvey's 33 total. Round 3 doubles will take you into lane 1 and 2. Round 3 doubles. You already won your first 2 rounds and you're doubled up in round 3. We'll take you right back to lanes. Round 3 doubles. Need you here? Need you now, please. Evan Faust and Harvey Philby Jr. Preliminary turns it red. Evan Faust gets the little long roof through. Bob Mullaney and Scott Smith. Mullaney rolling up, Mays Landing, New Jersey, 684 dial-in for his 3rd gen ride. Get ready to battle against Smith in the Monza. Smith needs a little help. He ain't going to get it from Bob Mullaney. Big Bucks Bob, 686 to 9 on the 684 to 29 light. Smith got there first by 5 thou, had to break out by 7 thou to accomplish that. So Mullaney will be your winner. Sage Emily and Trish Witt. Sage representing the Broke Neighbors. Coming up against Trish Witt. Showing up for the Spare Farts. Has the starting line advantage. Trish Witt will be your winner, and the Spare Parts machine continues on. Good job, Trish. Sage Emily bows out on that one. Next pair up is going to be Denny McCloskey and Michael Beard. Beard dialed 673 out of Galloway, Ohio. 1980 Volare staging light ride against McCloskey's gorgeous Firebird, dialed 648, and ready to do big wheelies. Beard representing Ohio-ish on this one. continue to represent. 007 at the hit for Beard, 2000 red for Denny, and 14 total for Michael Beard to continue on. Scott Dreyer in the Blazer. Drop against Martin Flegel. When light on the double breakout will go to Flegel. So again, we need our round 3 doubles right back. Round 3 doubles, we need you right back. Round 3 doubles, 1 and 2. Round 3 doubles back to 1 and 2. Again, we have to turn it right around and run round 3. So round 3 doubles, need you back, please. Nathan Mendenhall and Alf and Bo Rees. Nathan dialed in 623. Hey racers, if you're involved in this, I really need to make sure that you change your number from round to round. That's all I'm saying. That is your responsibility, and it needs to be taken care of, please. I believe that to be Jana Embley versus Bo Reeves, and that will be Bo Reeves getting the win. As I believe that was Jana. Next up, David Harvey III and Steve McMillan. McMillan's Nova dialed in 614 to a 681. Harvey in the Pontiac. Out in front, got a couple hundo in the pocket. Wind light will pop off for David Harvey III, 16 dead 9, 25 total. McMillan's light was a 35. He was dead 4 and 14 thou behind. Wind light will pop for then David Harvey III. Craig Monfiore back up in the pickup truck, 619 dialing against Jillian Wise of the Dodge Dart. 688 dialing for Jillian, getting ready to roll in. Off the foot on the Pro Torque side. Looking for the last female standing. Gonna have work to do to be that right now. Finish line comes up, win light will be Frank Monfiore, 61 dead 8. He left Jillian 2,000 to work with, but she took 8. And will bow out. David Keaton. Keaton Classics trying to stay undefeated on their round. First couple of rounds up against Nick Sheckelhoff representing Ohio-ish. They've lost 1, but they can still stay in this. Shekaloff out of Minerva, Ohio, representing. Right now, a thou between Keaton and Shekaloff. Great race. Full light's going to go to Keaton. 36 dead 5 beats the 37, and 34 with the 3 on the 33. 633 dialing for Shekaloff. So David Keaton is your winner. And again, another team that's gotten all their entries through in the first 2 rounds. Starting to see some folks trying to separate themselves from the pack. Next up, Will Marshall. Marshall, part of the Glory Hole Shots, great name. And Jeff Allenbach out 663 in the S10. Marshall trying to reel him in. Should be Will Marshall. He will get your win light. 595 with the 4 and the 593. Will Marshall continues on. Kevin Mendenhall and Montrell Johnson. Montrell dialed 541. Team wasting money. Montrell up against Kevin Mendenhall. This time through, let's see. (13-30) advantage Johnson. Win light. Montrell Johnson. This one for team wasted money. Mendenhall bows out on that entry. Next up, Jeannie Northrup and Ted Miley. 588 dialing for Jeannie. Going to be chasing after Ted Chevelle. Light will go to Jeannie Northrup, 89 with the 2 on the 588. Ted Miley bows out, 54 dead, 319 behind. Nick Hastings, 615 dialing for Nick out of Shelby, Ohio. Trying to keep the Glory Hole Shots involved. They're down to 3 members. But you never know. Get to the later rounds, things can turn around pretty quickly. Hastings has the starting line advantage. 4th gen ride is just watching the taillights of the T1000 disappear. Tell you what, Nick, for practice, closed it down to 4. Gets the win light. Next up, Rob Snyder and Jim Romagna. Romagna dialed 718 to a 633 for John Snyder in the Granada. Round 3 doubles, round 3 red. Let's get you there. Round 3 doubles, round 3 red. Advantage Granada. Win light Granada. John Snyder. 34 with an 8 and a 33, 24 total, gets the win over Romagna. Bobby Newland Jr. and Rory Winnie. Rory dialed 625 in the pickup truck, 642 for Newland, 1997 Pontiac Sunfire. And again, we have called round 3 doubles and round 3 red. Round 3 doubles and round 3 red. Let's get them right back in the lanes, racers. If you're doubled up, you should be in the lanes or headed that way if you're not still in the lanes now. Gots to go. And to the top end they go. Win light will go to Rory Winnie. Double breakout, 12th thou under for him. 13th thou under for Newland in the Pontiac. Newland took just a chunk too much on that double breakout. Mark Swallow and Steve Long, your next pair. The Mustang a long dialed in 675 to the 557 of Swallow. Green light will go to Mark Schwaller. Steve Long turned it red, or broke out. I don't know. Took 43, needed to tighten that one up to about 20 or less. He had room. He's got a little greedy down there. Ray Kratzer and Greg Myers. Doubles and red, doubles and red. We need you the lanes, please. Doubles and red. Ray Kratzer, 767 dial in. The 73 Duster on the Octane 94 side. Greg Myers and the Myers conditioning ride. Turns in red, and Kratzer goes to round 3. 762 on the 767. Tim Kramer and Dwayne Troy, your next pair. Excuse me, Mike Greiner, I keep saying that. He took over the 13-13. Greiner dialed 578 to a 662 for Kramer. Kramer moving in. Then the Firebird. In terms of red, Greiner in the Chevelle. 578 with a 6 on the 78 and a 41 light. Krista Taylor. Getting ready to move up. 550 dialing out of Layton, Pennsylvania. Against Keith Barrett. Coventry, Rhode Island based 94 Mustang. K&R Performance, round 2. Getting near the end, and again, we have called round 3 doubles, and we have called round number 3 red. Green, you're on short standby. There's no green there. That is a true start win light. 16 red of Keith Barron gets the win over the 37 red of Krista Taylor. Double Vision 2 machine of Eric Bose. 654 dialing for the Newmarket, Maryland-based ride up against the 599 of Chris Gunston out of Vineland, New Jersey. Separate the two. The Malibu trying to hold off the Mustang. The Malibu holds off the Mustang. Both of them 400s plus over their dial-in. 658 with a 0 on the 54 for Bose, and the 44 light good enough for the Double Vision 2 to go to round 3. Vince Wade, Eden, Maryland. 71 Mustang dialed 611. The Mach 1. Against Christopher Finney out of Layton, Pennsylvania on the motorcycle. The Ford trying to hold off the two-wheeler. You watched the brake lights for Wade. He saw Finney go rolling around him and said, I'm just going to get back here and watch you do what you do. 20 and 500s over gets the win as Finney took 64. You need to take 56 or less. Nick Beeman and Butch Weinreich. Beeman over there purging the nitrous out of Hamburg, PA, dial 597. Pretty sure that was Beeman. I don't think that was Butch. Butch is a 74 Dart. Part of the Medicare Mountain team, dialed in at 728. True start win light gonna go to Weinreich. Our motorcycle versus door car battle. JT Bank Jr. 653 dialing in the 72 Camaro. Going to be rolling up on the Pro Torque side against Mike Sedlowski, Lindawood, New Jersey, 1979 Kawasaki. Old school, not the slipper clutch bike. That is the old school wheelie bar ride. Dow 575. Advantage motorcycle, Winlight motorcycle on the double breakout. Sabowski, 74 with an 8 on the 575. Taking 8th out. Finish line will be JT Bank, 48, 5th out under. Bows out on that one. We'll take doubles, red and green. Round 3 doubles, round 3 red, round 3 green. Let's keep them going, racers. William Hines and Shane Swigert. Swigert dialed in 577 to the 628 for Hines in the big, bad Ford pickup truck. And the battle of the beds is going to go to William Hines, 31 with a 2 on the 628. 4th out margin of victory for Hines in the truck. Kurt Holland and Bill Colburn. Holland's got 628 as the guess. Pro Torque side against the 671 for Colburn. Red light for Colburn. Kurt Holland will be your winner on that one. Travis Hill and Mike Garber. Garber, the 1988 Capri, 762 dial-in. Getting ready to bump up in the Octane 94 lane. Travis Hill chasing him in the Hang 'em High 67 Mustang out of Fairmont, Maryland. And Travis turns it red. Garber, dial 762, goes 761 with 3 at 86 miles an hour. Jeff Stewart, CJ McCafferty, your final pair. Again, folks, we need doubles. We need red. We need green, guys. We got to go, go, go. Doubles, red and green. Need you here. Need you now. Doubles, red and green. And the Chevelle doing a little wompity womp down there. Jeff Stewart will be your winner. So again, we have called round 3 doubles, round 3 red, and round 3 green. Folks, we do need you right back.
Alrighty, at this time we need all remaining of round number 3 to the staging lanes, please. We need all remaining entries for round number 3 for the main event. We need all remaining cars for the main event to lane number 3, to the staging lanes, please. We need all remaining cars for the main event back to the lanes for round number 3.
Skylar Stump, you did not win that last round, but you did win courtesy of K&R Performance, a $100 K&R gift certificate, so that'll be available to you down at the base of the tower. Congratulations, Skylar Stump. Get ready for Marchand Motorsports Round 3. Racers, pulling you down right now. We are rolling. Next up, going to start out round number 3, Marchand Motorsports Round 3. Cam Murphy, get ready to move up for the glory hole shots up against Mike Bryson. Hey, Mike Bryson's been absolutely double tough. And that S10. Six-down difference between Bryson and win going to go to Mike Bryson. Cam Murray breaks out 20 and 3 thou under to the 26 and 10 thou over. Get behind is Mike Bryson. Next up, Russ Archer, 682 dial in the wagon. Get ready to get chased by Soggy Dunn in the Camaro down 637 on the Pro Torque side. Young Buck and the Rusty Piston still perfect thus far, trying to stay that way. He's 13 ahead right now, Russ Archer. The win light will go to Soggy Dunn. Another one, a case of, oh, Russ took 8, needed to take 7 or less. Ever so slightly more. Application of the brake pedal would have helped. Caleb Klein and Evan Paust. Paust, another team that has yet to have a team member out. Dirty Mike and the boys. Evan's out 651 in the Vega to 646. Caleb Klein, who was one of our winners at the door card domination in that very, very good working little Dakota. Right now, he's got to hope for a little help. Evan Paust breaks out. Evan Paust took 43. Caleb got down there and got behind pretty well. Win light gonna go to Caleb Klein. 46 is a 4 on a 46 and a 42 light. Played it perfectly. Brock Mosier. Mosier and the Alabama Hot Pockets. Trying to take off against David Keaton on the 1-point side. And Keaton starting line advantage. Keaton will be your winner, and Brock loses that one. Next up, Bob Mullaney, the Mays Landing, New Jersey ride up against J.T. Schaefer. Schaefer, part of team Buyback Binkley. And then John Binkley trying to run it all alone right now. Bob Mullaney in blank. Mullaney set and ready to go against JT. 6 to a 20. JT was good. Bob was better. Double breakout win light, both of them under. 6 thou to the good at the start line for Mullaney, and 8 thou under gets the win over Schaefer, who was 20, taking 9 to be under by 31. So again, we've called all of round 3 back to lanes. If you won round 2, need you back. DJ Clark and Bobby Newland Jr. DJ rolling up for Team Dirty Mike and the boys. They just took their first beating. Newland in the Pontiac, about 640. And DJ gets beat. Frank Monfiore and Mike Fornwalt, your next pair up. Fornwalt, another member of Dirty Mike and the boys, watching his teammates fall to the left and to the right. He's dialed in 580 to 619 for Frank. They've got 3,000 separating the two of them. Finish line comes up. Win light's going to go to Frank Monfiore. 27 dead, 9 beats the 24 and 14 over. Tanner Koutsaris and Marty Flegel. Too soon for Marty. Win light for Tanner. 56 and a few hundo under. First one loss for rolling with a yap. Next up, Joe Focarina and Jimmy Stacks. Stacks dialed 634 in the Vega up against Focarino's 593. Focarino, the last remaining driver on the Loose Nuts team, at least in the points side of things. Left a little early. Focarino, Joe Focarino and the Monte Carlo will continue. Jordan Smickle coming up next. Saylorsville, Pennsylvania, the 89 GMC. Smickle up against Kevin Mendenhall. Dial in 602. Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons not yet taken out. Might be here. 002 to a 33, and it's going to be a win for Mendenhall. Smickle gets beat. Alan Yount and Jamie Horton, your next pair. Horton coming up in the Pontiac. Tell you the Blittersdorf Automotive Team Battles start to have a few teams separate from the others. $591 dialing for Alan Yount and the Roadster. Neither of these guys taking spot, but they're in Marchand Motorsports round 3. Win light will go to Alan Yount. 27, he's 39 total. Horton was 38 at the hit. Took 18, needed to take 1 or less. Kyle Robb, part of the two young guns and an old head. Believe he might be the one last member remaining on that group up against Ed Bendekovitz. Identical. Kyle Robb in the A1 mulch machine gets beat. The win will go to Ed Bendekovitz, and Kyle bows out on that one. Next up, you got Mike Franek. Franek rolling up here to represent 000. Up against Rory Winnie. Part of Rolling with a Jack. Rory, that was not a good look for Rory at the start line, and the win light will go to Mike Franek. Triple zero continues. Next pair up, Emily Allenbach and Gary Simpers. Simpers dialed in 654 in the Comet. 617 for Emily. Looking forward to that last female standing reward. Right now she's got 400s. Slipped away. Nice and tight. Gets the win light. Emily, who was last night's last woman female standing, is still in. Brad Keaton and Nick Hastings. Hastings coming up with the glory hole shots. Up against Brad Keaton. Keaton Classics. This is their first points attempt this round, as they have yet to be marked. But there's Nick Hastings right next to you to catch your attention. Down early for Keaton. Gonna hand the win light to Hastings. Jamie Colon and John Snyder. Snyder down 633 to a 594 for Cologne. Snyder's got 13th down in the pocket. Double breakout win light there, 18 and 632 of the 9 and the 33 gets the win. He's a thou under. Jamie Cologne, 16th thou under, getting there first by 2 thou and bowing out. Adam Werner going to get the win over Brian Davison. Dave Harvey Jr. and Michael Underwood. No names versus Ohio-ish, and Ohio-ish is looking a little rough right now. Underwood got to make some magic happen, and he cannot. Dave Harvey Jr., your winner. At this time, to the staging lanes, we need our juniors back to the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds, lane number 7. 6 to 9-year-olds, lane number 7, and 10 to 18-year-olds, lane number 8. And again, juniors, if you bought back, come on up, because it's all skate buybacks, and you're just buying back in as opposed to being separated. So, juniors, need you back to the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds, you will go to lane 7, and 10 to 18-year-olds will go to lane 8. Kevin Core. Robert Smith, your next pair. Core, part of Dirty Mike and the boys. It has not been a good round for Dirty Mike and the boys. Ooh, Robert Smith. And it is a clean sweep of that team that was had all 8 points at the start of this round, and all 4 of their members, at least on their points side, are to the side. Ken Johns and Rob Zetterberg. 000 trying to hold on and be competitive in this. The Monte Carlo dialed 608 to Ken Johns, 771 out of Lancaster to 69 Chevelle. Just a thou apart this time. Zetterberg, the Vance Street here ride, can't get there. Might have gotten himself behind at the finish line. Ken Johns, 13th out margin of victory, 772 to 6. The 71 and 18 light gets the win. 17 and 300's over for Zetterberg, bows out. Nick Sheckelhoff and Nathan Mendenhall, your next pair. Sheck, 634 dial in. Coming up in the Mustang against Mendenhall in the pickup truck, dialed in 623. Nathan trying to keep Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons undefeated. To 16, great starting line matchup there, and it's going to be the win light going to Sheckelhoff. Mendenhall got down there and Sheckelhoff went, whoa, and gets the stop. Nick Sheckelhoff takes out Mendenhall, and the first mark against the Young Buck and the Rusty Pistons team. Steve McMillan and Jeannie Northrup. Jeannie, 588 dial in. Jeannie out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. Her Camaro chasing down the Nova of McMillan. And we'll go to McMillan as Northrop felt an issue right off the starting line, decided to click it off. Mike Griner, the Griner heating and air conditioning ride, getting ready to move up. Oh, he's up there. He's working on Scott Embley. Again, Griner, heating and air conditioning. Artem's Automotive, junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. 6 to 9 year olds, lane number 7. 10 to 18 year olds, lane number 8. Embley and Griner. Same numbers, different order on the reaction time. Not a good look for Mr. Griner. And it's going to be Scott Embley, 24 dead 3, getting the win over the 42 dead 2. Kurt Holland, CJ Ketterer coming up next. CJ, last night's winner, hanging on in that Hemi-powered Dodge Aspen. Coming up against Kurt Holland. CJ gets out front, gets the win light. 27 total, gets the win light over Holland, who is 38 total. 44 with a 3 on the 743, gets the win. 28 is 31 dead 7, no good for Kurt. Jeff Stewart and Trish Witt. Team Spare Farts hanging on. Up against Three Stooges and a Chick. Trish has a pretty good advantage at the start line. She will get the win light. Trish Witt, 10, 72 with a 7 on the 70, 37 total. Stewie took 18, broke out by 14. He had room, just took too much. William Hines in the pickup truck, dialed in 628, 1959 Ford F100. Again, not a common sight at the drag strip, but it's always cool. Against Todd Toman. Six down between the two of them. Todd Toman will be your winner as Hines. 34 and 11th thou over, no good. Again, round 3 has been called back. If you haven't gotten back for round 3, you are late. If you haven't gotten back for round 3, you are late. We are rolling. Dave Miller and Andrew Bracudo. And it's going to be Bracudo getting the win light over Miller. And the competition by as his opposition could not make the call. Going to go to Matt Witkowski. Now Will Marshall coming up in the dart against Gino Picozzi. Picozzi in the Mustang, dialed 638, 593 for Marshall. Him and Nick Hastings, the last two representatives of Glory Hole Shots. And big time advantage should be the win for Marshall, but he does not get there. Gino Picozzi, your winner, 72 dead 7. Will might have rolled that one out a little bit more than he should have. A win light will go to Picozzi. Next pair up, Jeff Allenbach and Jeffrey Santine. Santine representing, rolling with a Yap. And their numbers have been thinning. Allenbach going to knock the top bulb out on the Pro Torque side of the racetrack. They've got just 6 now between the two of them. Great drag race down here, and it's going to be Allenbach. 6-down margin of victory over Santine. 22-3 over 3 beats the 28-3 over 3. Hence, at a 6-down margin. And rolling with it, Jap had come in with, now they got one guy left. And he needs to get his wife's shoes. Jeremy Kleinfelter and Eric Bose, your next pair. Kleinfelter dialed in 640 to a 654 for Eric Bose in the Double Vision 2. They're a foul apart at the start line. Great side-by-side race. And it's a breakout for Bose. He is 15th out under the 654. Folks, remember, best losing package today is going to get a free no-box entry for 2 weeks at the Showdown at the Shore. So keep your ears peeled for who that might be at the end of the night. Next pair. Terry Neiman and Ray Kratzer. Kratzer out of Middleburg, Pennsylvania, 762 dial and rolling up in the Mopar. 641 for Neiman. Advantage Chevrolet on this time. Win light will be the Chevrolet, 42 with a 4 on the 641. Kratzer got there first by 37, broke out by 400s to make it happen. Scott Dreyer and John Binkley. Dreyer, the last No Mercy. There was no mercy shown to No Mercy tonight. Binkley, Team BBB. He is not showing mercy. 002, 14 total. Gets the win. Scott Dreyer, 26 total. It'll win you a lot of rounds, just not that one. Next pair up, Mike Garber and Eric Bendekovitz. Again, we need our juniors back to the lanes. Round 2, if you won or if you bought back. 6 to 9 year olds, you're going to lane 7. 10 to 18, lane 8. Final call for round 3 of our main event is that Bendekovitz will get the win like Mike Garber turned it red. Final call for round 3 for Marchand Motorsports round 3. We are getting down to smaller numbers. If you're not there, you're late. Marchand Motorsports round 3 will continue with Kyle Gockley. Kyle is the last remaining with Rolling with a Jet. He owes his wife shoes. He's got to get the job done. Vinny Cusimano, Aston, Pennsylvania, in the Olds Cutlass down 617. Looking to keep Tricia in socks. Socks it is. Kyle missed it. And Vinny Cusimano takes him out, and that's another team that started with 4, ended with none. Jeremy Stoker and Bo Reeves. Bo dialed in at 629 in his Nova. 661 for Stoker. Spare Farts hanging in there pretty good. Pretty good light and a big advantage. Stoker puts another one on the board for them. Cam Murray and Mark Schwalu. Half the wheels, double the butt kicking says, well, not yet. Schwalu dialed in, 558, trying to hold on against the Maverick. Well, they're 3 thou apart. Win light will go to Schwalu. Rough round for Cam Murray. Next pair up is going to be Caleb Klein in the Dakota, dialed 645. He's on the Octane 94 side of the racetrack. Vince Wade, dialed 615 out of Eden, Maryland in the 71 Mustang. Apart at the starting line. Vince can't get, well, he gets there a little too much. He dropped a whole lot of mile an hour, but not nearly enough. Win light will go to Caleb Klein. Gets behind and watches the win light come on. Russ Archer and Wayne Redrow. Redrow? Folks, these guys are on the same team. This is both of their points races. So apparently, that's going to be a little rough on the old Keaton Classics, who came in here with all 8 points at the beginning of the round, but they are about to be 2 racers down. There's tragedy involved, guys. 8-thou difference between Archer and Redrow. It will be the win light going to Archer, 40 dead 3. So it's Wayne on the trailer for the night. Montrell Johnson and Keith Barrett. Montrell still trucking. And the win light will go to Keith Barron. The Mustang continues on. Next pair up, Soggy Dunn and Greg Myers. Soggy, this one representing Death Row. Him and Kurt Holland holding on tight on that one. And the win light there will be Soggy. Double breakout win light. 636 with an 8 on to 637. 2 thou under to 3 thou under for Myers. Michael Beard and David Keaton, your next pairs. 579 for Keaton. Both guys missed it a bunch, and it's going to be Keaton getting the win light over Beard. Beard got fed a little bit at the finish line. Bob Mullaney and Mike Bryson. Mullaney dialed 685 to 640 for Bryson. Bryson turns that one red. Mullaney quite late but gets the win light. Evan Paust and Brock Mosier. 650 dial in for Vega Wagon versus Vega Wagon. The 71 wagon of Mosier, the wheelie machine, 528 dial in, 650 for Paust. 74 wagon out of Leonardtown, Maryland. He did a wheelie at the door card domination that was spectacular. And it hurt. Got her calmed down. I think he had to fix a bunch of stuff after that. It did some damage. Cock motor. Oh man. 14 dead, 6. Just carried him down 250 feet down. That thing is a monster. Evan Paust, 49 and 14th out under to be 15th out behind. Thanks for playing. Shane Swigert. Shane again representing team Spare Farts. Trying to hold off Frank Malfiore in this battle of S10s. Malfiore, Swigert, it's going to be Malfiore taking out Swigert. And there's one part that disappears to the wind. Marty Flegel and Jeff Stewart. Flegel, the Alabama Hot Pockets, dialed in. 627 to a 632 for Jeff Stewart. And Stewart hitting the groove. 007, dead 8, 15 total. Marty got down there and disappeared, but it was too late at that point. Butch Weinreich and Mike Tremblay. Weinreich, the last of the drivers left on Medicare Mountain. The rest of them have gone to bed. Tremblay down 575 out of Dorchester, New Jersey, looking to do the chasing. See lots of brake lights and the wind. 42 dead, 5 for Weinreich as Tremblay late. Rory Wenny and Mike Sedlowski. Winnie with the starting line advantage by 7th out, takes advantage, gets the win light. 625 to the 3, 107 mile an hour on the 24. Sedlowski was 52 and 500s over. Rob Snyder and Nick Hastings, the big show, dialed in 633 with a 1975 Ford Granada against the T1000. Grandma gets mad when you call him Nasty Nick, and he really is the nicest guy. The only place Nick is nasty is at the starting line of the finish line. Other than that, he's the best dude ever. jumped out early for Snyder. He was ready for war, and Hastings clicks it on. He will take the win light and take it easy. Kurt Holland and Mike Greiner. Greiner Heating and Cooling. Chevelle getting ready to move in the Octane 94 lane, 578 dialing. Kurt Holland up there representing Death Row. Greiner Heating and Cooling Juniors, you'll be coming out next. Win light there will be Kurt Holland. Getting the win over Greiner and closing her down at the finish line very nicely and very tightly. And your bye run going to be Mike Moore. Pottstown, Pennsylvania. That'll do it for Marchand Motorsports round number 3. We get ready to go to round number 2 of our juniors. So folks, here's what it is. As of right now, for tonight, if you have a big car, you go ahead and put it away. Tomorrow morning, we are going to start with new entry time trials. Then we are going to round one of our Saxon Sons 5K. And then we were going to go to, right from the Saxon Sons 5K to round 4 of the Daryl Tillman 10K. So this race will be continued tomorrow morning. If you're not going to be here tomorrow, if you can't be here tomorrow, you need to come see us at the base of the tower. You cannot be here tomorrow, you need to come see us at the base of the tower. If you're not going to be here tomorrow. Lorenzo Gianna Tiempo going to get up here, Winoka Harbor, New Jersey, up against Anthony Magliocco. My goodness, you guys are trying to kill me. And the red light for Lorenzo. So Anthony will be your winner. I believe that means Lorenzo was our last 6 to 9 year old. So Lorenzo is going to get $150 courtesy of Cat Motorsports and a t-shirt. Dathan Benish and Madeline Brockmeyer. Benish down 798 against Brockmeyer's 818. Red light going to go to Benish. Eight flat on the 798. Next pair up, Madison Schronberger. Maddie and the M&M team dialed in an 802 to the 890 on the Octane 94 side of the racetrack. That's Olivia Torchia. Dialed in 890. So Team M&M trying to get another one here. Schoenberger in charge at the starting line. Madison will be your winner, 807 on the 802. So again, racers, put them away for the night. Again, tomorrow morning, we will have new entry time trials. We will then run round one of our Sunday main event, our Saxon Sons Sunday's main event. And then we will go to round number 4 of our Daryl Tillman 10K main event, and then round 3 of our juniors. And we will run those to completion. Then we will complete the rest of our day, starting with round 2 of our Saxon Sons 5K. McKenna Shipley and Lydia Shipley. The Shipleys are running each other. $910 to an $897. Which Shipley will win? It's going to be McKenna Shipley, 11 and 99 with an 8 on an 897, getting the win over Lydia, who was 36 and 600s over. Next up, Paige Doney and Kylie Kwiatkowski. Koretsky down at 818 on the Pro Torque side of the racetrack. Get ready to move up against Paige Doney, part of the Young Assassins. Well, yeah, I want to announce it because he won 150 bucks. Double 01 for Paige Doney, so close to a big bonus. The win light will go to Doney. Lays down 5 total against Kylie Koretsky. That's just mean. Goodness. Thank you so much. Hey, Lorenzo Giannatempo, you did not win that round, but you do have a $150 coming for being the last 6 to 9-year-old and a t-shirt courtesy of Cap Motorsports. Thank you, Cap Motorsports. Next pair up, Garrett Kramer and Shane Connor. Kramer from the G-Bros. Connor down there whipping the throttle a little bit, gets the win light over Garrett Kramer. Round number 2 of our Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling and Artem Automotive Junior Dragsters. Aaron Willing and Alphonse Magliocco III. Alphonse Dowd 790 out of Ariel, New Jersey in the Crawls ride. Aaron Willing out of Pittsburgh, PA on the Octane 94 side. Seek and Destroy. Team Magliocco looking out. Aaron Willing on the Queen Brass. And the win light comes up. Gonna be Alphonse. Chase Ferguson and Troy Steinko. Steinko out of Holland, Pennsylvania, Dowd 805. He's on the Pro Torque side. Octane 94 side is Chase Ferguson out of Sewell, New Jersey. Dowd 940. Rico turns it red. Gonna hand the win over to Chase Ferguson. So again, Lorenzo Gianatiempo, you are the last 6 to 9 year old today. You got $150 coming, plus a t-shirt from Cat Motorsports. And again, massive thanks to Cat Motorsports for the effort they put in it. Christian Handwork, as well as, of course, Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling. And, of course, Artem Automotive, always a big supporter of every event out here. Christian Handwork, part of the Young Assassins, trying to take out Levi Narr out of Boyertown. Levi turns it red. Christian will be your winner. Next up, Frank Aragon to the third, Charlie Blittersdorf. Blittersdorf Automotive team battles. Charlie's up there. Charlie on the I Don't Care team. Charlie turns it red. Ending his day in round two. Frank Aragon to the third, going to be your winner. And Shake and Bake gets another one up. Michael Artem, the Artem Automotive machine out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania. 802 the dial-in up against Yavik Diaz out of Lakewood, New Jersey. And Artem turns it red. Yavik Diaz, 896 dialing, goes on down, turns it on to the 914. Cameron Bauman and Joey Torchia. Bauman down 878 out of Maryland. The 8 flat for Joey. Part of Team Gooner. They'll come to the top end. Win light's going to go to Cameron Bauman, 883 on the 878. Torchia gets beat. Gavin Kramer, and Abigail Martin. 794 dial-ins on both sides of the racetrack. The G-Bros representing on the Octane 94 side. Double Trouble representing on Pro Torque side. Abigail and Gavin. Abigail 004 up front, but doesn't make it work. Got behind at the finish line by 30. Win light will go to Gavin Kramer. And the G-Bros get another one. Next pair, Paul Stalba and Madeline Torchia. Madeline dialed 799 on the Pro Torque side of the racetrack. Paul is 817. Stalba, the shake and bake representative. Maddie on 20 bucks is 20 bucks. Oh, you kids these days. Madeline, pretty good shape up front, going to be the winner. 52-5 gets the win over Stalba. And Maddie goes to round 3 of the Saturday event. Gianna Troy, JJ Schomburg. The other part of 20 bucks is 20 bucks is JJ. Team Troy, the Hot Mess Express. Gianna representing on the Octane 94 side. I do believe, boy, tough break for Gianna. So JJ will take the win light and the freebie. $48 lights, $798 on the 801 for JJ. Be back for tomorrow's round 3. Next up, Callie Sanseverino. Callie was the winner of our worst winning reaction time in round 1. Take it any way you can get it, because that got her a Portatree Pocket Pal practice tree. Neat little unit. Use it well. $890 for Callie against Kenneth Lannerman. Dialed 910 on the Pro Torque side. Just 3 down between them. Valley much improved there, but got room to make up. Can't get it done. The win light will go to Kenneth Lannerman. Dead on with a 5, taking all of it. Lannerman goes to round 3 for tomorrow. Bella Troy, the other part. Of the Hot Mess Express. So coming up against Owen Goals. Pro Torque signed Hatboro, Pennsylvania for Owen. Bella Troy down 790 on the Octane 94 side. Both racers in the pre-stage B. Gonna knock the bottom ones on, and let's go. 12th down early for Bella. Owen Goals will be your winner. Charlotte X. Charlotte, Corryville, Pennsylvania. My favorite name, probably Expect Nothing. That is great. Up against Paisley Anderson. Paisley is 796 dialing the Nitro chassis ride. Finish line comes up, and you're going to watch Charlotte X getting the win light. I'm expecting more. If you guys keep doing this stuff. Anna Willing and Mason Varin. Anna Willing, part of the Double Trouble team. Octane 94 side of the racetrack. Get ready to battle Mason Varin out of Coventry, Rhode Island, down 892. Woo! 006. Gonna hear some whomping. And they're gonna see a one light. Anna Willing all over it at the start line. 006 light. Seen some absolutely killer lights tonight by our juniors. Hunter Ward and Logan Anderson. Team Gooner looking to get a round win with Logan. Hunter Ward on the Blue Domination team looking for a round win. They're only separated by 4 thousandths at the starting line. Finish line will come up, and the win light by virtue of the breakout. Hunter Ward breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Logan Anderson says, I will take that. Gets the win for Team Gooner. Sean Sanseverino, Old Bridge, New Jersey, Octane 94 side of the racetrack, down 790 up against Mallory Stewart out of Fairmont, West Virginia, down at 812. And the Ducks are looking for a second mark on their side of the ledger. Let's see if they can get that done. Mallory's going to have to work a little finish line magic to get that one to work. And she will. Mallory Stewart gets the win light as San Severino gets behind by 12 down at the finish line. Mallory gets the W. Michael Chirico Jr. Chirico, part of the M&M team. $7.97 dialing up against the $8.97 on the Octane 94 side. And it's going to be Chirico. He'll turn on the win light. $7.98 on the $7.97. Logan Gianna Tiempo. $10.84 dialing. Lanoka Harbor, New Jersey, the home base for the Gianna Tiempo family. $10.84 dialing against Landon Anderson's $8.98. Landon on team I Don't Care with Charlie Blittersdorf. You don't mean that, do you? Gianna Tiempo, get ready to move up. And to the finish line there, it's going to be Gianna Tiempo getting the win light as Landon could not run the number. Carly Bauman and Jackson Griner, the Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling ride of Griner. Working for Team Dumb and Dumber. Kids are having a good time. Griner, $7.90. Doing the chase against Carly Bauman's Poolesville, Maryland based. $9.10 dial in. Seven thousandths between them. Griner trying to reel in Carly Bauman. And Griner gets the job done. Austin X will be part of a team Expect Nothing. This is it for the night. And again, just to reiterate, in case you did not hear us earlier, the plan at this point is to be done for the night. So tomorrow morning, we will do new entry time trials.